Let's jump straight into the warm-up.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Croydon Oval here for this big EFNL Eastland match of the day between the Croydon Blues and the Beaconsfield Eagles in Division One, a monster clash. Our first look at Beaconsfield in their new competition, and of course another look at Croydon after a successful attempt in 2019 where they fell just short of the premiership before they were cut or short in 2021. Well entrenched in the top four, Matthew Fodier here on the Croydon balcony. It's a beautiful position, isn't it, with Wayne Brasher and Brett Beston. Brash, this would be up there with one of the best locations in the competition. You've got a beautiful view of a beautiful oval, Mount Dandenong in the background. It looks like the clouds just lifting as well, and we've got the best seat in the house.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. We're actually pretty blessed now in our competition where councils have upgraded pavilions and given us balconies for us to call wonderful games of football, and obviously the Dandenong Rangers, as you said. In the background, two good sides this afternoon doing battle. You couldn't ask for much more, mate.
Absolutely, Besto. You're just clicking away there and trying to find some fixtures, mate. What have you thought about this new facility? You haven't been to Croydon for a while, mate.
I can't remember if I've been here at all, actually. I think I did probably a couple of years back, but this is really nice. This is a great spot. We're on centre wing here. Up nice and high, and you really couldn't ask for more. And as you say, the overlooking the Dandenongs, wispy cloud.
Well, that's a good sign. Maybe the rain is leaving us.
Yeah, but no, it's a great spot. Yeah.
But we are joined straight off the bat by Croydon senior coach Morris Del Sandro. Morris, you've been here a long time, mate. You would have seen this building go up and down and all that. How great is it, and how fortunate is the club to have such a great facility nowadays?
Yeah, we're really pleased with the facilities. We feel like it's one of the best facilities in the competition for us. So, yeah, we love playing our team. We love other clubs that come and experience it every day.
Absolutely. Straight into you guys. You're sort of flying under the radar a little bit with, obviously, East Ringwood's recruitment of the Farmers on the eve of the season made them the big story. And Moorbuck had Monkhurst and Hocking and so on. So you guys were pretty content to just sort of slip under the radar and sit 4-1 after 5 rounds?
Yeah, look, we're pretty comfortable with our list, and obviously we had a few exits over the summer, but our development program's pretty strong, and there's a few boys in there that have been around for a few years and developing their football, and they've come up to senior level now and doing the job for us.
Morris, one of the things, having a look at the side today, very experienced side on the park. A lot of these guys have played a lot of football together over the last 5 years. And I think that really does help, especially to get a 4-1 start at the season.
Yeah, we've got some experienced boys, working on their footy still. But if you actually look at their age, most of them are 23, 24 now, so they've still got some upside in this group. So that's pretty exciting for our football club as well.
Morris, tell us about. There are a ton of familiar names on this side. Are there any new players that maybe we're not as familiar with that you want to sort of point out?
We've got, as I said, a lot of guys that have come through the reserves program, and Joshy Jones is playing some really good football for us. Trent Dodd, the junior at our club's going well as well. Troy Broussard, another guy who played a fair bit of reserves football. So, and there's probably a few others that I've probably forgot to mention there, but they've done really well for us.
And then at the other end of the spectrum, your midfield group, Andrew Carter, Matt McKenzie, who's been dominating this year along with Ficarelli, Adrian. Obviously, Justin's gone up the mountain, so Adrian's the main star now. Yep. Lynch, Christie, Hocker, Billy Dixon, I think, is named at half-back, but can obviously go through the middle. Your midfield group is almost unrivaled in the competition. How key is that to your success?
Yeah, they're very important for us. As you said, there's some strong names in that list, and as I said, they're still developing their football. As I said, Adrian's only 23, so he's still Andrew Carter's only 23, so they've still got a lot of development. Obviously, Lynch and McKenzie are a little bit older, but they're developing their football as well. So, as I said, still plenty of upside, and they are very important to us.
5 rounds in, Morris. How are you seeing the competition so far?
Yeah, it's Divi 1, isn't it? It's beautiful. It's very competitive, and you have to be on your mettle every week to get the win. So it's enjoyable. It's challenging, but yeah, some really good footy.
What about your opponents today, Beaconsfield? We were just talking off air, and we said, obviously, because they are relatively new to the competition, we don't know too much about them. We've had little glimpses of them. What homework have you been able to do on Beaky?
Yeah, it's good that we get the vision nowadays, so you can sort of have a look and see what they're about. Now, from what I can gather, they play really well on big ground, so our ground will suit them today. They move the ball really well, and they got some really good players. So although they're an unknown, there's a few little things that we know about them, but looking forward to the challenge today.
In terms of the way you guys play your footy, I had a quick look, and obviously I think you guys take part in Premier Data, so you get some stats. So I had a quick look at it. You got probably the highest disposal count across the division, and also probably the number one intercepting side. Not only marks, where you average about 17 a game, but intercept possessions with 50-odd. Is that something you guys pride yourself in terms of you set up behind the ball to create those repeat entries?
Yeah, well, you mentioned Bill Dixon down back. He's outstanding at it. And Fraser Smith and Jai Mortimer's coming into his own as well. And also like my mids to get back as well. And they're doing a ripping job getting back and helping the back line out. So they're contributing in that stat.
Morris, club quarter by quarter has been very kind for you so far this season. Plus 44 in the first, plus 14 in the second, plus 56 in the third quarter. So the guys are working extremely hard in those three in the opening three quarters to keep in front of the game. Minus 17 for the last quarter, but it's hard to maintain positive figures when they fluctuate so much throughout the year.
Yeah, that's been a real focus point for us. I think obviously with COVID and the 2 years, we really needed to work on our fitness and get the boys in real good shape. And to be honest, they're really good at it themselves. We just fine-tune them when they get down. And, that's shown in the first three quarters, probably slacking off a little bit in the last. But I'd like to think that we might have some games sort of under control by then. But who knows?
Yeah. 4 or 5 weeks into the season, did you set yourself any... I mean, it was difficult coming off last year because most clubs have sort of had like half a season in 2 years, which is really tough. Did you set yourself any goals coming into the season in terms of where you thought you might be able to finish, in terms of the ladder and
not really,
finals?
Not really. As I said, it's such an even comp. You sort of do look at the fixture and, you might pencil in a few that you feel like you should win, but it's a really hard task given the nature of our competition. And, as I said earlier, if you're not on one day, you can quite easily get knocked off.
Well, Morris, hopefully for your sake, the boys and yourself are on today. It should be a pretty enthralling game. We're excited to get our first look at Beaconsfield, and I'm sure you guys are as well. Good luck for today, and thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and enjoy your day, Croydon Footy Club.
Always
thanks,
do.
Morris.
Thank you very much to Morris D'Alessandro, been a long-time coach of the Croydon Football and now Netball Club Brash, and has had some pretty good times here. Obviously, they haven't won a premiership since 1997. I looked up just before, but they were obviously in Division One for, close to almost 20 years, probably 15 years. They made the 2009, I think, grand final and went down to, off the top of my head, Vermont.
They did.
That was the year, of course, Vermont 0-6 and won the flag. And since then, they a couple of years later came back down into now Division One, was Division Two, and have been pretty much perennial, not contenders, but they've never really sunk lower than maybe 6th or 7th off the top of my head. They've always been around about the mark, and obviously, as I mentioned, right off the top there, in 2019, they were, unfortunately for them, the people that were lucky enough to win second to Doncaster East.
Well, they've probably come across two sides in those years, like Knox and Doncaster East, who had red hot with recruits and form in a final series, whereas... And they sort of...
And obviously Park Orchards last year as well.
Yeah, and they sort of had... Croydon, they're basically a solid working unit, not many highs. You look at their scores, not many highs and not many lows. But I suppose...
They're very consistent, aren't they?
Yeah, if you're doing forecasting, which I am now... Their figures are...
Brash's crystal ball, if you ever look on the screen for those watching at home. You got that?
I've got it all. I've been doing trying some new angles here. And,
Hey, Brash, can you give us the lotto numbers for next week?
I'll try.
He's not letting you in if he's got them.
But the thing is, you what you're trying to do now is, I don't know, it's a matter of... if your side is consistent and you know what they're roughly going to score every week, you can line up the form a little bit easier for some clubs against others.
Yeah, and in terms of that best, though, looking at Croydon, they're pretty consistent in terms of shots at goal most of the time. Their goal kicking has on occasion let them down. They obviously scored 105 last week against Upper Gully, but other than that, their highest score was 77 against Moonee South. But probably goal kicking has let them down. What are you expecting from Croydon in the way they play? Obviously, we mentioned that they're very good behind the ball. What about going forward?
Oh, look, they've got a couple of good spearheads. I mean, Riley Britton's kicked 8 this season, I think. Constantino's got 9. And Morris mentioned about Brassard as well, who's also...
Popped up.
Yeah, I had a little bit of a look at him during the week, just very briefly on the video, and he looks a decent player. So they've got a few avenues to goal. So I think, I don't think scoring will be a problem for them.
No, absolutely not. It's probably just goal kicking rather than actually scoring,
Yeah.
isn't it, Brash? And I just want to mention as well, I mentioned that midfield group that they've got. So they are the number one disposal side in Division 1 that we know of, with 293 per game. They like it on the outside more than the inside, 218 uncontested disposals per game. Number one kicking side, they kick 2-1 in terms of their kick-to-handball ratio. 38 clearances per game, so that midfield strength comes into it too. And Ficcarelli and McKenzie, I just want to mention, so Adrian Ficcarelli's having an outstanding year. 28.5 disposals per game, 5.5 clearances per game, 7 tackles, 6 inside 50s and 7 goals across the year. So he's averaging
how old is
23, 24.
He seems like he's been around for
Justin's been
really
around forever as well,
yeah.
but he did debut quite young.
But you look at a lot of these like Hodker and Nathan Haag and Billy Dixon.
Yeah.
They're all
Dixon's my age.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of 20. Like Morris said, there were a lot of 22.
I don't know if you look across their list how many players would be over the age of 30.
There wouldn't be too many,
if any. And then Matthew McKenzie, so he's averaging 27.5 disposals, a few more clearances, so 8.5 clearances compared to Ficcarelli's 5.5.
Yeah.
But 3.2 score involvements per game and 5 inside 50s per game. So those two are having red-hot starts to the year and have been key to the fact that Croydon are, as I said, under the radar, 4-1, second on the ladder, percentage of 140, and their defence, number one defensive side in the comp, Brash.
Yeah, and fifth and I think they're
sixth but tied fifth. Yeah.
So, I mean, like I said, they're amongst the pack in 4, but when you're only allowing the opposition to score 50 points a game,
makes it a lot easier.
It does, doesn't it?
We focus so much on the attack, don't we, and how many goals and everything. But of course, if you kick less goals, but you can do the defensive work, you're going to win most games, aren't you?
I guess I guess you probably would. We always turn around and say that the premierships are won, from your defence first.
Yep.
However.
I think
though there was
finals are won by forwards. Defenses, I think good defensive sides can get to the finals, but you've got to have those players that can win you a game. If you look at teams that have won previously, that might be the only thing where you look at Croydon, and it'll be interesting to see today how they structure up and how they go about it. Which player is that guy in a final that can stand up and turn the game?
The reason why I say that is because I had a look at Mooroolbark and East Ringwood, the game, the way that panned out last week. And the thing is, East Ringwood defensively a fantastic side, but my worry that's just come up with him when they need to accelerate to kick a winning score, they don't seem to have enough. They don't seem to have gears to go up like Mooroolbark did. Is that unfair?
I think that's a fair thing. The only thing I'll say compared to a Croydon is that East Ringwood have Trent Farmer and James Belo. So in a final, you might go, okay, this is where we need Trent to turn it on, or James Belo to turn on. That's the only thing I'll be interested to see today. Who from Croydon? Obviously, Constantino's the main standout to do that. But is there any players that, halfway through the third quarter in the Division 1 prelim final, and they're down by 2 goals against an East Ringwood or Mooroolbark, who can stand up and sort of turn the game?
You probably hope that someone like Riley Britton would need.
Yeah, well, Britton's got that sort of. I'm sure he won't like this comparison, but Mason Cox about him. He's sort of that tall marking forward that every now and again gets off the leash, and we'd love to see him do it more consistently. But as you said, 8 goals already this year, not having the worst start, and it'll be interesting to see how they go about it. They've had a couple of close wins as well. So round 1 against Lilydale out here, in probably similar conditions. The Falcons had 21 scoring shots to 16, but went down to Croydon by a goal. They beat Bayswater by 17 points, but had a lot more scoring shots. And then obviously the Wanty South game, they won by 5 points with a massive third quarter. So Croydon, again, they haven't really hit their straps either. As much as they're 4-1, there's still room to improve.
Most definitely. I think you'll find that there might be, I think there are sides littered amongst the 5 divisions that are sitting maybe 1 or 2 games above where we think they might be because of who they've played.
Exactly. Well, that's the other thing. I mean, we have to be aware that it is only 5 weeks in, or for some divisions. And it depends on your draw. I mean, you may have had a soft start to the season. So, we'll probably revisit things maybe in the next month. And obviously the ladder positions will have changed and some of the so-called challenges will have been found out by now. But it's still early days, isn't it?
I think the thing is, though, about this division, and probably every division, that there's no easy beats. There's maybe 1 or 2 across the division. Oakley District and Upper Gully are probably the 2 sides where you look at them and go, each week, every team seems to be well ahead of them. But in all the other divisions, there's, even Division 4, Nunawading are at the bottom at the moment, but, they got close to Kilsyth and Croydon North Hemlock, so they should be around winning games. And then, obviously, Division 3 as well. French Gully are winless, but haven't really lost the game by more than 30 points, I think.
was just going to say Division 3s are pretty tight.
And then Premier Division, the same thing. North Ringwood, Berwick and Doncaster. We talked about that on the weekend forecast last night. So if you need to fill some time and you don't want to listen to us talk, you can go back and listen to three other guys talk about today's action. But that's another big one too in terms of Premier Division. But every division, bar those two that I mentioned, has it's very equal across the board.
Is it unfair for us? Is it unfair to clubs to privately think that when they come up against Oakley District and Upper Gully, Brett, that there's an expectation that we need to beat them by more than 10 goals?
Well, I think you probably do.
I don't think it.
I don't think so.
Rude,
You're expecting to beat them, but particularly with Oakley and District, they're another side that are relatively new, so it's going to take them a little while, but they'll show improvement as the season goes on. But I sort of agree with you to a point, because when you're playing one of those lower sides, you feel that pressure. You've got to go out and really win, but win well. So there is a.
I think the only thing it might, especially this division, it'll be crucial, and probably Division 2 as well. Both those divisions where there seems to be an easy beat, the last two spots in the 5 are going to probably be decided by percentage. And this one, so I think we saw Division 2 last week with Heathmont and Baronia, that it looks like the top 4 is pretty safe now in Division 2. So there's a race for 5th. So Mulgrave, Heathmont, the Basin and Knox still probably have claims to it, but probably won't get there. So percentage will probably come into it. The Basin have got an advantage with the draw, actually, so the percentage shouldn't bother them. But in this division now, there's the 3 teams that look like they're locked in, Mooroolbar, Croydon and East Ringwood. Mitcham's in 4th, but I'm not sold on them being a final side. We thought Wanty South and Montrose would be around it, but because everyone basically, except for Lewdale and Upper Gully, and Lewdale have actually been quite good, have a chance of making it. So it is a 5. So that's what I'm saying. There's 2 spots available. I think those games do have a bit more pressure on them because, let's say, Beaconsfield only beat Upper Gully by 60 points and Bayswater beat them by 100. Bayswater might sneak in because of that. So there is importance on those games.
Interestingly enough, though, of course, talking about Montrose, he might challenge. Beaconsfield beat Montrose
by a goal last week.
So, okay, it was close, but that's still a very good win.
That's what I mean. This division, Beaconsfield, I think, are 3rd last, but have had a fairly tough run, and we'll talk about them more after our first break. But, they've had a fairly tough run to win 2 games, and I do think once they get their head around the rest of the competition and hit the turn, if they're on 3 or 4 wins at the turn, they'll be happy. Yeah. Bayswater, again, they're one of those sides where, like Knox in Division 2, they're still technically in the hunt, but I don't think finals is right around their time. Wanty South and Montrose are the 2 teams where whoever misses finals out of those 2 will be pretty disappointed, you would have thought, Brash.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
So, yeah, but of course, and just quickly on Montrose, they play Mitcham today. So a loss there would put Mitcham clear in 4th they'd be clear of 6th by 2 games, so comfortably in the 5 and would still remain in 4th. And it would also mean that Montrose will be a game behind either Wanty South or Bayswater.
Yeah, that's a big game, that, actually.
It's a huge game. It's at Montrose as well. And obviously, we can almost see it here on the other up the mountain there from where we're positioned. Montrose, they would have been feeling the conditions too. So no doubt it'll be a slippery game of footy. Up there on the mountain. The other game as well in Premier Division that is of interest is Norwood and Baldwin, Brash. Before we go to our first break for the 2 of you, both sides, a loss here would be pretty catastrophic. Norwood would be 1-4 if they lose, and Baldwin would be 2-3. And given both sides, Baldwin especially, had credentials for the premiership at the start of the year, who are you vibing towards? I'm pretty much, I said on the weekend forecast a week or 2 ago, that I tip Baldwin every week because I look at their team and I don't see how it loses.
Well, I've been lucky that I've had a chance to have a look at Norwood, and as I said, the thing was out. But at this stage, I'll quickly say that I still think Baldwin's got enough class.
Best though, if Norwood would lose, they'd be 1-4. They will have played 4 of the top 5, or the top 6, but they'll still be 1-4. It's a hard place to come back from. Yeah,
but again, that's what we talked about earlier with the draw. Like, it's hard in the first 5 rounds because it depends on who you've played. So theoretically, they might be 1-4, but then they might get no disrespect, but a softer draw for the next month, so they could make some of those wins up. But I like Baldwin too, and they did get beaten last week by Roval, but I think we all know how well Roval are going. So Baldwin for me in that one. I think Norwood disappointing because I think there were a few people that had their hats hung on Norwood at the start of the season and said
included,
that they were going to go okay, but they've had a very slow start to the season. But hey, they've got a chance to
They do have a chance. It will be, as we go to our quick break here, it'll be I think 1-4, but there's no no easy games in Premier Division this year, so you can't bank on beating up on the lower sides. We'll go to our first break here on the Eastland EFNL Match of the Day. You're watching on Facebook and YouTube, and you're listening on the SEN app.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about
Check
who you
1
bank
2
with.
1 2 3
Try
4.
Bendigo.
Check.
Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Welcome back to Croydon Oval here, EFNL Eastland Match of the Day between the Croydon Blues and the Beaconsfield Eagles on EFNL Facebook, YouTube and the SEN app. And later on, of course, you can tune in on Radio Eastern 98.1. But we're not on there yet, so no one will have heard that in the Radio Eastern airwaves out here. It's a beautiful ground out here. The rain looks to have stopped and the clouds are clearing above Mount Dandenong. So I'm hopeful that the rain may have been done for the day or particularly for the next hour or so, of course, as we look forward to a big game between the second-place Blues and the eighth-placed Eagles, but there's only 2 games between these two sides at the moment on the ladder. We've already spoken to Morris Sandro, the long-time Croydon coach. We're hoping to have Mick Fogarty soon, but knowing Mick, he's probably deep in thought, talking to his troops, and I see him wandering over to the reserves bench. He may have forgotten about us, so we might get one of our guys to chase him up. But while we're waiting for Mick, let's talk about Division 2 and South Belgrave and East Burwood. It's an unlikely, I guess, at the start of the year, top 2 clash, Brash. Well, not top 2 because South Belgrave's lost, but a really big clash. But East Burwood undefeated. South Belgrave coming off a loss to Mulgrave. It's up the mountain. It's a 3:30 start. It's a very mouth-watering clash, isn't it?
It is for this division because I don't think, and in my wildest expectations this year, I didn't think that East Burwood, to be honest with you, would be in the position that they are. But they've surprised everyone, Brett. They've done everything. They've done everything right. South Belgrave have had a good start to the season. They've been now the test for them now is how they've got quite a few of their A-graders out injured at the moment.
Yep.
So how are they going to go today, even up at home against an East Burwood side who are in pretty good nick?
Yeah, I really rate East Burwood. I think they're looking really, really good. And if you look at their list, they've got you've got some pretty handy names on that list as well. It's a tough. If it was a night game, I'd definitely back South Belgrave because they play a few night games. But I am a bit leaning towards East Burwood today. South Belgrave not only just going for mine.
Last week, Matt,
I can't remember who I tipped on the podcast. Yes, I think it was East Burwood. But I agree with it's going to be an interesting game. East Burwood very fast. And have inside strength, but South Belgrave have match winners at either end of the ground.
Last week we got wind of throughout the game that Lee Adamek got injured.
Confirmed.
It is
confirmed. So I will be able to tell you. I don't think it's a year. I think he's going
to miss a chunk of the season.
Yeah, so I'll just try and find that message. Here we go. Out for 6 to 8.
Yeah.
Ooh,
So you include Liam Kidd out for the season, and look, we don't know when he's returning. It's a rare injury. The bone in his foot that I think that's injured gets so much minimal blood flow.
And it's a navicular.
Yeah, I think that's the term, but I'm not going to go out there on a limb and say it. But yeah, it's interesting. South Belgrave.
Welcome to the Health Podcast.
Yes.
Listening you too.
Well, I'll tell you what though, Best, though, over the last 2 years we've had a whole lot of people less qualified than us give their health advice. So maybe me and Brash are just jumping in.
You're as good as there is. Yeah.
But in terms of South Belgrave and East Burwood, I think South Belgrave. I think if they'd been injury-free, I still think no one would have got near them, but they're not injury-free.
No.
And that's let teams like East Burwood, who are fast, fit, young, and have got some inside mids, and then on the other hand, Ringwood as well, who are just experienced. So fantastic to see them still doing well. And they're a bit like Croydon. They go under the radar because they don't smack teams. They don't have all these, big forwards, and obviously with Trent Farmer going up the road. So we're interested to see how they go.
A year or two back, South Belgrave, they were eventually invincible, weren't they? But they're certainly not looking like that.
2019, their last year.
It's a bit hard to remember.
They didn't lose a game.
Yeah.
I think the closest someone got was Waverley Blues in the grand final when Waverley Blues kicked the first 5 and then didn't have a score. Mick Foggy is just behind us, the Beaconsfield coach, so we'll set him up on a microphone if we can, Bruce, and we'll get him in because we'll let him go back. It's a big day for Beaconsfield and Mick. Mick, welcome back to the EFNL Match Day programming. It's been a long time for you. You're still wearing the same colours, just a different club. How are things going, mate, out of Beaconsfield? How are you enjoying it?
Oh, we're loving it. Just been back in the EFL and getting a competition, which is obviously a premier competition in Victoria, and for our club to move into First Division. And I think it sets the footy club up for the future big time because we've got a really good junior system, and that gives those kids the best chance of playing terrific EFL footy, and it's the best move that the club could ever make, I think,
And have you been happy with how you've gone? Obviously 2 and 3, but you're actually having pretty consistent scoring shots. You have around 17 to 18 shots per game. Are you happy with the way you're playing your footy? It's obviously just missing the goal kicking.
Yeah, it is. I mean, at the away teams, we've played and today it'll be the third top side. So we played East Ringwood at East Ringwood, and they touched us up that day. We had opportunities, not saying it.
Yeah, 0-5, wasn't it, early on?
Yeah. So we've had opportunities against Moorbark at Moorbark and obviously East Ringwood, and we just haven't hit the scoreboard and been able to put scoreboard pressure on those teams. But, geez, we crack in and we're competitive, and we'll be competitive today, and hopefully we get a good result. But it's a massive day for us to be able to show the competition that we're thereabouts, we're thereabouts. So it's a big day for us.
Mick, just in light of the fact that obviously you come from Noble Park, breaks my heart to see you're not a Noble Park colours, but anyway. But so you've been at Premier Division and now you're at a First Division club. So how have you, in terms of a standard, maybe on a percentage basis, how would you say the standard, how much lower is the standard in Division 1? Is it much of a drop, or do you think it's just under?
Yeah, no, I don't think it's a massive drop at all. Having said that, I watched Noble Park and Berwick a couple of weeks ago, and geez, the way Noble moved the ball, and their run on the outside and their skill level was awesome. But we come up against a real sharp East Ringwood team that a couple of weeks ago, who with Farmer as a key forward, and I think it was Waitman back from VFL. They were as impressive as I've seen this year. So to answer your question, I've got no doubt East Ringwood and Moorbark, these sorts of sides would be okay at Division 1, at Premier League. And you can see Park Orchards, who have stepped up, looks like they're more than competitive. So I don't think so. I don't think there's a massive difference.
Mick, the club, you've started off as another club, and Berwick obviously set the tone last year, and Beaconsfield have come in. But I've just noticed, all right, the couple of games at the start, but there's been gradual improvement in that side. 2 wins out of your last 3. What's the feedback from the players, and are they really starting to enjoy the experience? Because it seems like they're getting better week on week.
Yeah, look, it's really important just for the guys to embrace the competition, which they have. And like Berwick, I mean, Berwick and Beaconsfield and the Narry Warrens over the last probably 5 years have been dominant teams in that competition. And it was just a stage where our boys and our club needed to move forward. They've done that. The club, we spoke about it last year with the leadership group, they wanted to come to EFL. They wanted to play the best footy they can, and the boys are loving it. We're new kids on the block, and it's going to take a couple of years. We just got to make sure we stabilise ourselves in Division One and prove that we're capable, which I think we have so far. But we're round 5. We've got a hell of a lot of footy to go. But yeah, boys are loving it. Absolutely.
Is the competition as fierce for the clubs competing for the players in that area? Is it still highly competitive, even more so now that it's sort of stabilised a bit?
Yeah, I think so. I think what it's also given is our players a chance to play this competition. Now, we're way out in the southeast there, and it's funny, we get some jokes from East Ringwood about they're going to bring the kangaroo when they play against us out there, Beaky, and we're sort of, well, we're not that far away, but yeah, look, out of that region and out there with Berwick, and look, Berwick are struggling a bit now in Premier. They've got a hell of a lot of injuries, but it just gives the region, and you're right, to make sure now we're here that we know what we need to sort of get to go that next level.
Back to sort of the way you played last week, you beat Montrose by a goal, but statistically it looked like the far better side. You had 50 more disposals, 34 more uncontested disposals, but also had 26 more clearances and 26 more tackles. Are you a bit annoyed that you let Montrose back into the game?
That's a learning for the boys. We played Mitcham in a practice game, and we were, up till 3/4 time, we were all the stats were our way, and contested ball and uncontested and forward entries, but we're learning, and as I said to the players, these teams keep coming, and they keep coming, and they keep coming. It's not like last year where we play a team and then at half time the game's over. So it's really important that and Montrose, they rolled the dice and they went through corridor and took some risks and got away with it, and it's full credit to them. But yeah, all the teams we've played so far, they're just 4-quarter teams, and we just got to learn to adapt to that. When they have momentum, we've got to limit the damage on the scoreboard.
What are you expecting from Croydon? Sorry, Besto. What are you expecting from them? Because we spoke to Morris and he said they've watched a bit of footage, but obviously you're the unknown.
Yep.
You would have played a bit of Croydon maybe over a decade ago.
That's right.
Are you expecting the same sort of Croydon, or it's completely different nowadays?
I think it's completely different. I've watched a bit of them too over the last week or so. And look, geez, they've got some good players. Ficarelli, Kennedy, and the 3 talls. I just can't.
Koga, Britton.
Koga, that's the one. Yeah.
Constantino.
Look, they've got some weapons down there, and we've got some matchups that we hope will get the job done. But look, we know they like to be on the move at stoppage. We know they like to use the corridor. We've got to protect that. We've got to be making sure we've got representation off the back of stoppage, and Ficarelli's a really good, dangerous player around stoppage and so forth. So we've got some plans in place. Hopefully they work.
Mick, for the listeners this afternoon that are taking the broadcast, can you give us 2 or 3 players from your team that we should be looking out for, and that our listeners can listen out for?
Yeah, look, Josh Smith, who we've got our 2 ruckmen out, unfortunately, today, but Josh has been our most productive key forward. He's a terrific contested mark. He goes into the ruck today to give us a chop out there. He's been a really consistent performer for us this year after missing last year with injury. Our captain, Jake Dowd, number 2, has just spent the last 6 months playing at the Waratahs in Darwin. He plays forward and back. We got him back this week. He's a terrific rebound type player for us. And another player that's been an old stager that's been in good form for us, has been a wonderful servant of the club's Damian Johnson, and he's a mid and cracks in and he's got some really good smarts about him. We've got a kid playing his first game today, 16-year-old in Kay Delarue, who Benny Delarue, his old man, used to coach Croydon.
Yes.
About 10, 12 years ago, probably a bit longer, but it's a real opportunity for him to just get out and play his first senior game. He's a bottom 8 Stingray, and we're just rapt he's able to get a game for us. So.
That's a bit of news hot off the press. So he's come in for, because it looks like a late change?
Yeah, no late changes. Look, Harry Coe, you're right, sorry. Harry Coe, ruckman, just didn't come up with a finger, so he's gone out of the side, and Kate Delarue, number 50, comes in.
Tell us about, talking about some of the new players, and Bresh has stolen most of my thunder, but anyway, tell us about Jaffa Ocker. He looks a bit of a live wire, doesn't he?
Oh, Jaff's got what you'd call genuine X factor about him. The problem that, not problem, but people expect a hell of a lot because he can turn a game, and then if he's say not having his greatest game, you don't see him. But look, he's a terrific player. He plays wing, half forward. He's got some really good footy smarts. He works up and down the ground, and like I said, he can kick a goal from anywhere when we need it. So yeah, hopefully he has a good one today.
Well, Mick, hopefully you have a good one as well. Good luck for not only today, but the rest of the season, and hopefully we see you sometime later down the track.
Thanks, Matty. Thanks, boys.
Mick Fogarty there, Beaconsfield, senior coach, and obviously long-time patron of the Eastern Football Netball League, Brash. He's been fantastic for us across the years, and even better there today. Just to give us an insight, because as much as obviously I've seen Beaconsfield a few years ago, and we would have watched tapes as best I was doing an hour ago, there's still so much we don't know about them.
I wasn't leaning to the last
I was just leaning into it.
So he's pumping your tyres up and you still won't take it.
But how much sorry, you've just thrown me off course there, Besto. But there's still so much for us to find out about them, isn't there?
Well, there is, because, you know, as he said, and he said the big difference when he turned around and said that when Berwick and Beaconsfield were in the other competition, the game was over at half time for a lot of those games. And the thing is, and now when they come into a different competition, they know the game's not over to the last minute. I reckon, and one thing too, that win at Beaconsfield's last week was full of merit, because Gary Ayres has actually increased Montrose's scoring capacity by an extra 20 points this year. So to hold them to 6 goals or something and kick 8 and win by a goal, I reckon that can set you up for a season, I reckon.
Well, that shows as well as what you were talking about before with the defence as well. So Beaconsfield's defence, without seeing a lot of them, is obviously really good. And if they can defend well, you know, even if they're not kicking massive scores, it gives them an opportunity to get right into the game. But I was going to ask Mick, you kind of stole my thunder about Josh Smith, because he looks a really good player. And I didn't realise that both Becky's rucks were out. But, you know, he goes into the ruck. He rucked, I think, most of last week from what I could ascertain. And then he still managed to kick 8 goals. So he looks a real live wire, or a good player.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Beaconsfield, even at full strength, I don't think they're a particularly tall team. So, and that's why I think they'll play team defence as well. They'll get numbers back. They'll try to counter-attack. He mentioned Jake Bowd, who's obviously been playing footy all year round. He is very athletic. He's a bit taller than your normal halfback flanker, but athletic, great kick of the footy. So he's one to watch in terms of that rebound play. I think we're going to see two teams that work hard both ways. And we could see some counter-attacking football, which is, at times, very exciting to watch, isn't it, Brash?
It is, because it's always good to see sides throw the dice, because as much as you want to see defence, you also want to see sides take risks as well.
I think we'll see a bit like Collingwood last night in the AFL. They have numbers behind the footy, but when they get it, they'll try and go quick, which is obviously Besto's calling today, so he might be a bit annoyed if they go too quick for him occasionally. But they will go quick, which for the neutral is very exciting. Mick always just say, you're just such a great orator. That voice.
Yeah, it's...
Besto goes to sleep with that voice.
I wonder if he went to Madame Curie's for, crystal balling. When he left Noble Park, we thought, we've lost Mick now, and 2 or 3 years later...
It was all part of the plan.
Yeah, I wanted to ask him, I didn't get a chance, but, what were the circumstances? How did he come back? Because that's right, I mean, when he left Noble Park, we all sort of thought, okay, well...
He was always out that area.
Yeah.
Obviously, Noble Park's quite south.
Well, at least he did. Put it this way, he didn't have to do too much. All he had to do was change a logo, wasn't it?
Change a logo, and maybe add a dash of white in there.
But I was talking, because he's been around, no disrespect, but he's been around for a long time. He left Noble, and they lured him back for a while, and it was almost like, I've had enough now. I've done it. I've done what I can do. I'm going to go and do something else. And the next minute, bang, he's back.
Well, so, this is something else.
Yeah, and he obviously hasn't lost the passion for it.
Maybe one day we'll get a Mick Fogarty Cup.
But the thing is, you just by listening to him, the enthusiasm that was coming out of him, how excited he is to be leading a new club in a new future.
Absolutely. Very exciting. And we're going to get another taste of them today on the EFNL Eastland Match of the Round. You're listening on the SEN app, watching on EFNL Facebook and YouTube, and later on you can tune in via 98.1 Radio Eastern. We're going to do our second break here on pre-game, and we'll be back to talk all about this one.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
What makes me would have to be feel like I've got some unique, funny characteristics.
There's things that you don't even realise are part of your personality. It's your attitude.
My ability to care for other people.
My love for others.
Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Welcome back to Croydon Oval, EFNL Eastland. Match of the round between the Croydon Blues and the Beaconsfield Eagles. Big Division One game. 2nd versus 8th, but it's a bit closer than that on the table, on the stat sheet and all that. We've spoken to Morris Del Sandro, the Croydon long-time coach, and then obviously Mick Fogarty, who's the new Beaconsfield coach, has been there for 2 seasons, 3 years. Of course, one of them was a write-off with the pandemic, and one of them was half written off with the pandemic, and this one looks to be going in its full entirety, at least, and they've had a pretty decent start to their life in Division 1. But, of course, Mick is most well known for his time at Noble Park, and we're going to circle back to Pat Wright Senior Oval here on the pre-game on SEN, Facebook and YouTube. To their clash with Doncaster East, Brash, 2 teams coming in, 3-1 record. They both lost their first game. Doncaster East just to Vermont by a goal. And then Noble Park to Roval. And at the time, it was a bit of a shock. But in hindsight, that loss to Roval, not actually the worst thing in the world for Noble. So they come in, both 3-1, 2nd and 3rd on the ladder. Contrasting styles, though. Doncaster East care more about going forward, and Noble Park, on paper, care more about defending their own end.
Yeah, well, that's going to be the that's going to be the tale of the tape this afternoon. Ryan James has really added an aggressive mindset to Doncaster East's gameplay this year, Matt. I liked what I saw in the first round against Vermont. they've also started to get. They've had injuries, players that have started late this season because of injury are now starting to come back into the side. And the side is now evolving on a week-to-week basis, and Ryan James is getting more and more players settled in positions that he likes. And this is, for me, this is the litmus test for them today, because I rate Noble Park very highly, mainly because of the fact that they've always been a well-coached club. They don't. They really do. They really do make sure that when you play them, that you leave that ground knowing that you have played them. If you get
I know what you mean.
I just, it's always good for a newcomer. Noble Park is probably the litmus test early in the season.
Yeah, obviously, best though, Doncaster East have played South Croydon, beat them handily last week, but it was a beleaguered South Croydon, so there's a little bit of a caveat with it, but still, they won by 40 points. So they would bring with confidence. What's your view on that one? As Brash said, that Noble Park's never an easy venue to go to, even when they weren't premiership contenders in those latter Fogarty years. They were still a hard team to play. What are you expecting from today's game?
I think they're on the up again. Like, as you say, they had that sort of period where they dropped right away and they were, they weren't that great. But I see them being on an upward slide again, or upward, not a slide, upward
trend.
Trend, that's the word I'm looking for. But having said that, and notwithstanding what you said about the South Croydon being a bit beleaguered last week, Doncaster East have really been the surprise package. I mean, 3-1, and they looked pretty good. So I'm going to say Noble Park because obviously for obvious reasons, but I think it'll be close.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the other big game is including South Croydon. They play Rowville, who were 4-0. And before the season started, we all sort of predicted them, those that were spoken to, predicted them about 9th or 10th. And to be honest, I don't know if Rowville thought they were going to be this good. They'll say they did, but I don't think they had ambitions of being top of the ladder after the first month. But Brash, you've seen them live. Ray Baird obviously has seen them a couple of times. They're quick, they're young, they're skillful. They're undefeated. They take on South Croydon. You'd say they go in favourites at home. To be 5-0 would be an incredible start for the Hawks, and it would pretty much mean they can't miss finals.
You're right. And the thing is, what impressed me about them is the fact that they're prepared to take the game on. And they're an aggressive side too, led by Anthony Brolick. Really good skipper. I've always... the funny thing with Anthony Brolick, everywhere he seems to go, success seems to follow him. And I don't know why that is, but
I think you could say it's him. That's what you sort of you seem to be leaning toward.
Well, it is every time. He seems to be able to. He has a massive influence on that side. I'm still a rap for. I'm unadulterated. I reckon Alex Frawley for mine is pound for pound the best number 1%er in the competition, and there's daylight between second because he works so hard to make sure that his side gets full advantage from his wins in the contest. They've got 3 or 4 exciting youngsters up forward. They've got good depth. Their reserves are going well. South Croydon, I reckon they might have been a victim of that the day's play between.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I know, obviously, Liam Cox, I think, is out for a little bit of an extended period of time, and depth has always been something they've never been.
Yeah,
they've never had. I think their reserves made the year they won it. I'm pretty sure their reserves made the final, and outside of that, they haven't really. And I think that's a key indicator of where that club's at.
Considering that they beat Borwin last week, and the fact is that would have been a real dour struggle. So they're not afraid to get down and dirty.
Rowville, and even that game against Norwood wasn't exactly one eye-catching.
So at the moment, they're going as well as anything, and I can see them holding sway again down at Seabeck this afternoon.
So you boys are riding South Croydon off by the sounds?
Not riding them off, but I think I've got to start respecting Rowville a bit more than maybe I was previously.
A fair comment. So why do you think they've been so good? I mean, we weren't writing them off, but 4-0. I mean, and they could go 5-0 today, which is a huge surprise. Really.
They're quick, and I think the fact that they don't really have, well, obviously a bit of underdog tag. They're quick and young, so that can be a blessing. So, and when the momentum's going well, when you're young, your energy's just it's endless. And they're well coached, they're well drilled, and that's like all those things are going well together. So they're disciplined. I think it'll be interesting when they do encounter a loss or two, and things start to go against them. The guys like Frawley and so on are going to be key because they'll be the guys and Brolick that keep them on track. When sometimes younger guys, when things are going against them, it can be a bit harder to go to that run to that spot that you might only get the ball 1 time out of 10. When things are going well, you do it, but when you can get frustrated. So it'll be interesting to see the influence that Frawley and Schoenmakers, who's been there a while, Ben Wise in coaching box with Gwilds.
So they're obviously quick. So what happens when, and I mean this is a very much a what if, but say we get some really rough weather, say in June, and the grounds get heavy and it's raining, and that's going to sort of negate their speed, isn't it?
But they've still got. Well, it depends. Most surfaces are pretty good. So you're rarely going to find a venue like Croydon used to be a shocker because of the square. But you look at it today, and obviously we haven't had that weather
I'm not
yet.
suggesting it'll be a mud heap, but the game will change.
But I think it'll even suit them more because a player like, for example, Vermont, where Angels kick almost 70% of their score in the wet, he can't clunk it.
No.
So I think it'll suit their forward line or their style because they've got so many quick, speedy players. I think Jake Arundel's back in the side today. Flakemore's obviously had that notable game in the reserves, but he's a one spot. Like there's players that they'll like it when it's slippery and wet because you got Frawley, Brolick in the middle. Lachlan McDonald's having a great year, Brash. You got Schoenmakers who's got claims to be one of the best ruckmen in the comp. So they're getting their hands on their footy, and then with their speed, once it hits the deck on those wet days, I actually think it'll benefit them. So
yeah, I agree.
It'll be interesting to see how they go for it. So the other game in Premier Division before we drift down to the lower reaches, Park Orchards Vermont, a big day because it's weird because on paper this is probably not the biggest game of the year for Park Orchards, but clubs that have been in the lower divisions for so long, they see this playing Vermont as
the test.
Yeah. So you know what I mean? Like Doncaster East, they were really excited to play Vermont round 1, despite the fact Ball and Noble, other clubs are probably going to be better in this season. But again, Park Orchards, they've already played. They already played Baldwin and won. They've played South Croydon. Those sides are probably going to be better than Vermont. But in their head, you're playing the old champion. It'll be a big day for that club.
Oh well, and I think look, when I was talking earlier about sides that may have more wins and losses than probably what they should, and that game was the one that I actually had picked out. I mean, look, Vermont's 3-1. Yeah, it looks good, 3-1 on paper, but and you look at Park Orchards, 2 wins, 2 losses, right? It's an intriguing contest, really, between the two of them, and to be quite honest with you, I mean, Vermont at 3-1 with and rebuilding. They've done well so far to get where they are, but I think today, I think Park Orchards at home might get hold of them.
They're quick Park Orchards.
So. They are. I was just going to say that because, I mean, obviously over the last 4 years, they've sort of brought those young guys through. They won the premiership. Was it 17? They won the premiership?
2017.
Magnificent performance, and they've always had those young side, but they're starting to mature some of those bodies. Plus, they've got some young guys through. I mean, players like Whitnish and Evan Smead and these sorts of guys have been around. They've got a little bit more experience, and you've got Dennis Armfield in there too with his experience. So the speed is a big thing. I think they're a great side, Park Orchards, and I don't think their performance in this division has at all been surprising. Some people might say, they've punched above their weight, but I just think it's been something that
They were always, Brett, you and I, we spoke about this last year, right? Out of all the sides that we all thought that were the heir apparent to come up into, we all agreed was Park Orchards because of the fact.
I recall saying that ages ago. 2018.
Yeah, that was because you weren't on the team then, though, were
2018
you?
I was.
Were you?
Yeah, I said they won in 2017, and I said because they're young, because they've got that depth. It's a different model to Donny East, isn't it?
But
it's more sustainable model.
They have looked like a side that was just going to continually and steadily, the way they've brought through the young, they've obviously got a very strong junior program. They've brought through those young players. They've added some depth as well, and now they just continue to rise, don't they?
And importantly, before we move on to another division, the Doncaster North Ringwood game is a really important game for North Ringwood today.
Well, it's important for both the clubs because if Doncaster win it, they can breathe sigh of relief. They'll be 2 games clear of probably both Berwick and North Ringwood. And then, like you said, North Ringwood, they still haven't played Berwick. This is their first proper chance at a win.
Bowen probably get the chocolates against Berwick.
Blackburn, sorry.
Sorry.
Anyway, we'll move then to the other end of the spectrum, Division 4. Churnside Croydon North is of interest to me. Croydon North burst through last week, Brush. They got that win. I haven't tipped them this week. I think I'm sticking with Chernside Park, but I'm on the bandwagon. I think they can pinch it, and I agree with them. Forest Hill, Chernside beat Forest Hill by 4 or 5 goals in round 1. Croydon North beat them by 7 or 8. I know it's very simple maths that I'm putting out on the table there, Brash, but Croydon North, they can go in with a chance.
Well, they are, because Emlock actually did everyone a favour last week and put some self-belief back into Division 4 to say that any side on their day can win a game again in Division 4.
Yeah, definitely.
I think, once again, Chernside Park's form early in the season has been encouraging. They got over the line last week in dramatic fashion, but it takes a good side to come from behind and win. They're not a bad side this year, Chernside. I just think that out at Kimberley, I reckon they'll get the points.
Yeah, I agree. I think they've improved heaps in the last season or so. Croydon North, great win for them last week, and that's what we talked about before with the new teams like Berwick and Beaconsfield coming into the competition and taking a year or two to adjust to the level. And maybe Croydon North are the same year. They took some terrible shellackings, but they're showing constant improvement, and maybe it's their time now to start. They've decided they've sort of reached that level where they can adapt to the competition they're playing in, and maybe they're ready to really go forward now.
But probably for Amlock, for their development moving forward in years to come, by getting those extra sides, to balance the division right, that will give them confidence. The fact that they'll find more winnable games, and that's what will build that club.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think
they'll go into more
they
games.
Recruited quite well too.
Yeah, they recruited
they?
close to 40 players. So
so that's
massive.
obviously been a difference as well. Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, time flies when you're having fun. We're going to leave you here for the warm-up on the SEN app, Facebook and YouTube, Eastern Football Netball League, of course. It's the EFNL Eastland match of the day between Croydon and Beaconsfield. Thanks very much for joining us for the pre-game. Wayne Brasher, Brett Beston, myself, Matthew Feldy. On the other side of this, it'll be Besto in the caller's chair, Brash in special comments, and we'll be joined by Ben Warren-Smith, who returns to the side for the first time in almost a month. It'll be an exciting game here between the second-place Blues and the eighth-place Beaconsfield Eagles. Big Division One game. The Croydon can win and entrench themselves in the top 2. Beaconsfield can win and send a message to the rest of the competition that they are here and they're in it to win it in 2022. We'll see you on the other side.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice-cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
On EFL Saturday, it's time for the match of the round. Let's cross to our team and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Croydon Oval as we get set for a start in the main game this afternoon. Looking forward to this one. It's going to be a cracker between Beaconsfield, of course, relatively new to the fold, up against a Croydon side who are travelling fairly nicely at the moment, it has to be said. Brett Besson is my name. I'll be calling the game for this afternoon, along with Ben Warren-Smith, and alongside us too. Plenty of expert comments from Wayne Brasher. Brash, what are you expecting from this one today? Which way are you tipping?
Well, obviously I'll be going Croydon only because, Brett, I haven't seen Beaconsfield in the flesh.
Yeah, it's very difficult, isn't it? As I say, we can watch a little bit of coverage online, but it's very difficult until you've seen them play. I mean, obviously they were very successful. Was it the Outer East they played in?
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
They played alongside Berwick in the Outer East for quite a few years when the South East competition was disbanded. They had a very good rivalry with Berwick, and also there was a couple of other clubs, Officer and Pakenham and Cranbourne and Narre Warren, and they all went into the Yarra Valley competition or Outer Eastern competition, that is well known. They handled themselves very well. They were always around the mark. They're perennial finalists, but they always seem to be playing second fiddle to the likes of Narre Warren and Berwick.
Yeah.
But that being said, they've made the switch now into the EFNL, and talking to a couple of officials that I've seen throughout the day, they're really excited, and obviously having Mick Fogarty, they're excited by the challenge, and I think the club, after round 5, they've won 2 out of their last 3, so their confidence is starting to rise, and I think the playing group are starting to get a feel of what it's like, of how to play and what they have to do on a week-to-week basis.
Absolutely. So Croydon obviously sitting in second spot at the moment. As you say, they've been there or thereabouts for a number of years. Morris D'Alessandro, it seems like he's been in the Croydon sort of hot seat for a while. I remember interviewing him about 4 years ago before the season started. But Croydon, they'll be difficult to beat today, but do you give Beaconsfield a shot?
Yes, they are a shot. I mean, especially if they... and the reason why I say they are a chance, because Croydon are not a big scoring side, Brett. And the thing is, that's tailor-made for a side that, that is defensive. And the thing is, it's not like Croydon have done everything right. They don't win out of term. But really, last week they beat Upper Ferntree Gully, and most sides are going to beat Upper Ferntree Gully. But before that, their wins, they were in close encounters, so they are beatable.
Yeah, so all right, so that's interesting. So we've identified 2 sides today that are not exactly high-scoring sides. So what are we going to have, 5 goals to 4?
Well,
it's going to be a low-scoring game.
Well, actually, I reckon in 2.5 years ago, if we were playing on a corresponding Saturday, it would be an 8-6 game, because this ground would have been all over the joint. But I'll have to say the council has done magnificently to get this ground, and it's really improved. The facilities of Croydon have improved. It's a feel good place now.
It's a great spot we've got up here. Of course, we're overlooking the ground from centre wing, and the ground looks in great condition. Even the centre square looks reasonably solid as well. I'm not too sure if it's probably not a little bit on the soft side, but so Croydon second place at the moment, as we said. Where do you see them come the end of the season?
Oh, look, at the moment they're they're a young, experienced group, meaning they've probably got 7 or 8 young men there that have learnt their trade and have come through together as a group. They're starting to hit their prime, 23, 24. they're going to be a hard nut to crack come finals. The only worry about them, have they got enough, right? Have they got enough in the tank to withstand maybe a surge by like a Maroondah? Do you know what?
Yeah.
Like a side coming out after half time and putting 4 or 5 quick ones just to make the game, put the game in their favour. That's the thing that worries me about them. There's a couple of sides that at this stage can they accelerate when they need to?
Yeah, they don't have a huge spread of multiple goal kickers. I mean, you look at the likes of Constantino, who's a very good player with 9. You've got Britton with 8, and then you go back to Ficcarelli, who's on 7. But they rely quite heavily on those 3, and then the rest of them they drop away. So if you had any injuries, say Constantino went down, and
they would struggle.
Yeah, they may struggle to kick a score.
Yeah, they would. And I think we probably had to having a look. You'd almost feel, Brett, that look, as we've travelled through the games week on week, we're hearing, clubs have got massive. They've got injury lists, and a lot of them are soft tissue type injuries. And I put that partly down to the fact that not having played regular football, your body's hasn't been conditioned for the best part of 18 months to be running these type of games at full game day pressure.
Well, that is the other thing, isn't it? Because, I mean, okay, we're 5 or 6 weeks into the season now, so clubs should be starting to get match fit. But we have had that. I mean, we've had, half a season in the last 3. So it is difficult to get that match fitness, and it's going to take some clubs a little bit longer than others. I mean, you can do it the pre-season. That's fantastic.
But it doesn't substitute.
No, it doesn't.
The thing is, I think actually, and COVID actually has cost competitions, not only the EFNL, but other competitions. It's costed its depth.
Yep.
Its depth, because players that would be playing in the reserves grade isn't great this year.
That's right.
And they don't have the and a lot of clubs just don't have the depth. A lot of them were older type guys, and I think we're and at the older age, trying to get over a hammy or if you pull a muscle or a groin, it takes nearly half a season nearly for the older guys to get over it.
Definitely. All right, we're going to be coming up to game time in about just over 10 minutes' time. So, final prediction. So, which way are you going, and by how many today?
Croydon by about 12 points, Brett.
12 points.
Yeah,
okay.
I think it's going to be close.
In terms of style of these two sides, like are they similar in style? Do you think, or?
Well, I think from what I've ascertained on the tape, I don't think Berwick are as tall as what. So they're going to rely on their young blokes and runners, and they're going to have to put numbers. They'll put numbers behind to try and create opportunity forward.
Yeah.
Norwood have got match winners. They do have match winners.
Yeah.
I've always been a big rap. I think one player who was probably and you and I watched him at Bayswater a couple of years ago, Bailey Hotka, who was playing in the midfield.
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
He was before he got injured. He was flying. And I will once again am hoping that Bailey can once again pick up his form again and head that midfield, because he's a very exciting player.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the battle of the big men in the ruck today too. Like we obviously talked about Josh Smith before, and how he's had to almost jump from obscurity to come into the ruck position with the two big rucks, or the two main rucks out. But his battle with Joel Koga today will be a good one.
It will be, and the fact is that look, I think Beaconsfield are that type of side, right? And believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, the Beaconsfield reserves on the last kick of the game have got up and snatched victory in the reserve grade. It was Beaconsfield 7-8-50 defeating Croydon 6-9-45. But getting back to I think Beaconsfield are the side, Brett, that will want to go out and prove themselves every week and send a message to the division to say, hey, we're not making up the numbers. we're fair income. We want to compete and we want to be successful.
Definitely. All right, well, over the last 3 to 4 weeks, there's been a very familiar voice who we haven't heard on the radio, and we've all missed him greatly because he's been feeling a little bit under the weather. But it's great to see him back in the commentary chair. I'm looking forward to calling the game immensely with him this afternoon. BWS, the great Ben Warren-Smith. Welcome back, mate.
Thanks, Besto. It's great to be back at the local football, and every time I've been on this year, it's been raining, so I do apologise for that. But I love coming out. I love coming out to this ground out at Croydon. It's looking an absolute picture and a beautiful spot they always set us up with to call as well. But we're a quarter of the way or so through the season now, and I'm just really looking forward to getting stuck back into it and seeing a new side in the competition. Brash, we always love seeing that. I tell you what, they've got some travelling fans as well watching them today. They've got plenty of voices. You would have heard in the effects mic just when the reserve side just got up, so which was a pretty entertaining end to the game, to be quite honest. But that'll be exciting to watch. But I just love always watching Croydon, and they've been such a consistent side in this division for a number of years now. Really looking, and they've been building to take that next step and reach the Premier Division, and it's not too far away. And albeit from a wayward third quarter against East Ringwood where they kicked 6 behinds, they won all the stats for that game as well. So that's one that got away for Croydon. So they could be like Muzzaby and be 5 and zip. So I expect Croydon to get over the line today, and probably comfortably 5 goals. That's going to be my tip. But at the same time, Mick Fogarty, one of my absolute all-time favourites. Just people. You can never go hard against a Mick Fogarty coach side, can you, Brash?
No, you can't, because Mick's been he's one of the master tacticians of the Eastern EFNL, and his coaching style brings out the very best in individuals, not only individuals, but in a team environment. He doesn't. He's not afraid to tell you if you've done the wrong thing. But the thing is, the players respect him, and Beaconsfield are going to reap the benefits by having Mick Fogarty as coach.
Absolutely, Brash. Well, we'll take a quick break. We're getting close to start time in this one. We're about 10 minutes away, so we'll go to a break and we'll come back and get set for the big clash out here this afternoon. Croydon taking on Beaconsfield. Back in a mo.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
What makes me would have to be feel like I've got some unique, funny characteristics.
There's things that you don't even realise are part of your personality. It's your attitude.
My ability to care for other people.
My love for others.
Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Croydon Oval. We're not too far away from the start on this one. Of course, it's a second versus ninth, but you'd say probably on paper that's probably a little bit deceiving. Beaconsfield probably not as bad as their ninth position on the table suggests, but Croydon against Beaconsfield this afternoon. We're about 5 minutes away from the start, and Brash, any stats that sort of stand out, being the stats guru, any stats that sort of stand out that could dictate today's game?
Yeah, well, I'll just quickly get them up, Brett. Performance-wise, let's just quickly have a look at Beaconsfield. Season win-loss 22, average loss 32. Croydon 28 and 13.
Beaconsfield's first quarters are their best quarters, Brush. So they're plus 21 in the first quarter using your stats that you've given me for score in terms of scores, and then as they go on, they get their third quarter is worryingly their worst, and it's Croydon's best. So after half time will be a moment for us to watch and see what Beaconsfield have got for us today, because like I said, in previous rounds so far this year, they've been good in the first half and then tailed off in that third quarter and left themselves too much to do.
Defensively, Beaconsfield ranked 5, in offence 9th, Croydon 7th, and number 1 defence in the competition.
Where they've been really good, Croydon, is their midfield. And Ficcarelli, Mackenzie, Carter, they've all had really great starts to the season. Hoctor's back now, which is great. And these conditions really suit Hoctor today. So expect him to really – I reckon he'll pull out a really big game today. Geordie Lynch, he's gaining momentum as well. You got Christie and Sparks. I just like the look of Croydon right across the park, to be honest.
Their side is very balanced and put together, isn't it, BWS? One other guy that does a power of work but probably doesn't get the recognition as some of the others is Jared Clark.
Yeah,
he's very much the
unsung hero.
Yeah, unsung hero of Croydon. He's a bit like the guy from Roval.
Alex Frawley.
Yeah.
Your man.
Yeah.
You used his name so much in pre-game, Brasher. You used your allotted Alex Frawley mentions.
That's because I had half a Snickers stuck in me.
Yeah, well, best I did throw to you halfway through a Snickers or a Mars bar.
I'm looking forward to stealing some of Brett's thunder as well, because everyone's been doing that apparently.
Exactly. Before you guys carry on, we'll get down to Blake Tennant and Scott Hardy down to the boundary line. Scott on debut for us, and Blake obviously in his second game. How are we going down there, gents? What's it like?
Hello, Scott.
Blake, how you going? Have we got you? There we go, Blakey.
He's back here. Beaconsfield will be kicking to the right of screen. The rucks that we just saw here, we expect them to have a big game in the say of the game. And, great. The rain looks like it's passed away, so good conditions here for footy. And back to you, boys.
My condolences. Croydon will be kicking to the Hewish Road end and left of your radio dial as well. So.
Yes, and Beaconsfield going to the Mount Dandenong Road end of the ground.
Good. Is it geography? What would that be? What you term that knowledge?
Yeah,
not just knowledge
geographical.
Yeah, that's it.
Geographical. Yeah.
It is, man.
So just some final tips, boys, before we get to the umpires are out there, the players are out there. We're not too far away from kicking off, getting underway. Sorry. So Brash, final tip from you.
Croydon by 12 points.
Are you coming to me, Brad?
I'll come to you, Matty. Yes.
I'm just going to write them down so we can be held to these. I'm going to go Beaconsfield by a goal.
Ooh.
We know BWS. What were you, mate?
Croydon by 5 goals. 32 points, Matthew.
Yeah, 32, writing it down. Thank you,
I'm going for Croydon by 3 goals today. I think they'll just be a bit too good.
But it's going to be an intriguing contest. We're just saying, BWS, that before you come on, that Mick Fogarty didn't have to really change much his sweater.
Yeah, it's just a logo, right?
Yeah. I'm almost swearing.
What do you think, boys, of the jumper of Beaconsfield? It's West Coast,
West Coast
2008, 9?
Yeah.
It's not quite Premiership Eagles. It's a bit after Premiership Eagles.
Daniel Chick era, is it?
I reckon. I think more Daniel Kerr.
Yeah.
Daniel Kerr is the player that jumps out to me. Mark Nikoski.
Just very quickly, when we get set for the start of the game, there is a late change for Beaconsfield. Cade Delarue comes in jersey 50, and he comes in for
Harrison Cove.
Here we go.
So let's get the game underway. And welcome back, Ben Warren-Smith.
Well, he's thrown it right to me here, and I'm looking forward to getting stuck into it, as no doubt the players going up that time. There was Koga. He got the tap down. Croydon make their way forward up towards centre half forward. Getting down and laying a good bump there was Haig. And we will have a ball up bottom of the pack. We've got Matty Johnson for Beaconsfield.
Been impressive all year, Johnson. I think he's been on Casey's list, but he had 23 disposals last week and 22 kicks, 8 clearances and 2 goals.
Fresh air shot by Smith. Little handball over the top, but stolen by Beaconsfield, who kicked it up towards the half-forward line. Leading in that race there was Smith. Right on his hammer was Alou. And the players hit the deck looking for some support. Coming in through Ficarelli, get the handball out, and now they might link up here. Koga was running away with it, but it was a throw deemed by the umpire, and it'll be a free kick going the way of Beaconsfield. So 2 kicks from home. Not too much of a wind advantage today. Big pack in the top of the goal square at the fall of the ball. Wazilaku and kicks it towards the goal line, and it rushes through for 1 behind. So bit of a rusty start for me and a bit of a rusty start for the players. So it's Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 1 behind to Beaconsfield, and Croydon yet to score.
All right, so just about to getting the ball back into play. So just a little bit of a feeling out period as Croydon just getting set to just chip it across the half-back line to try and find a way out of defence. Nice mark taken there. I think it was Dixon. Dixon goes down the line. This is good controlled play in the hands of Smith. Smith looks around for options, and he decides just to slow it down. In the end, he goes backwards. Not quite sure that was the right thing to do, but he gets it back. Now he goes down the line towards about half forward.
Beautiful.
Right, beautiful kick, Mark, taken down there. Wanting to play on quickly. It was in the hands of Haig, but he slows it down, Haig, probably because he's got no options at the moment, but he puts the left footer inside anyway towards full forward. Coming across here, the Beaconsfield player managed to intercept. Good work. I think it was Valentine, and he gets a kick away down the line towards the halfback wing. And the ball is knocked out of bounds. So, and some good play there. And Croydon threatening, but well repelled by the Beaconsfield defence.
It's already set up how we expected, Brash. Both teams get numbers behind the ball. They set up, they make the opposition go down the line. Really well done by Nathan Haig, though. That was a nice mark.
Right in front of the brethren here in the grandstand as Koga had the front spot, got the knockdown. Running onto it beautifully there was Jake Christie. On the left boot, goes inside forward 50 at the fall of ball. There was Doherty, had support coming in the side from Stokey. And he quickly gets wrapped up and we'll have a ball up about 40 metres out from the Croydon goal line, trailing by 1 point. And it's Beaconsfield with the lead here. We've gone 3 minutes in this first term on EFNL game day. Sure you'll enjoy the coverage right throughout the afternoon. Matty McKenzie couldn't release the handball. He was trying for Jordan Lynch. He'll do it all again.
Both sides really feeling each other out very early in this contest.
Dangerous for Beaconsfield too, such as Croydon's strength around the stoppages, that stoppages inside forward 50 are going to be a key area for Croydon to get scores.
Koga's working himself into the front spot every time. He got the handball away quickly to Clark, who pokes it towards Ficarelli in the pocket. Not sure that was a high percentage kick. Could have almost gone for home. And over the boundary line she goes.
I agree with you there. That was probably a poor option. Should have gone to the goal square then.
So it was a pretty big throw in that time. Went over the top of both ruckmen, so it's trapped there by Breyer. Into the middle of the ground he goes. A foot race in shoes. Picked up there by Carter. He's going to get handball across. They'll use the grandstand side, will they? Or they'll go for the switch. Under a lot of pressure there. That time was Knox. Got the handball away to Smith. This way, that way. Then spins back. He had time, and it was good too because Jaden Seister was in position A, so he had a bit of time. Looking at his options forward. Almost the kick was smothered off the boot, but he got a nice purchase on it up towards the centre-half forward line. And out in front was Trent Dodd, who's going to square things up here as an absolute shank of a kick, Charlie Manson style from back in the day. And then running out of defence there was Joshua Smith in towards the middle of the ground. Bouncing football over the back. It's going to go all the way to centre-half forward here, but there to pick up the pieces there was Matty Johnson, who chips it in towards the middle of the ground where Jordan Lynch will get the Blues forward.
So a little short kick finds Ficcarelli. 7 goals so far this season, Ficcarelli, so knows where the big sticks are. That's not a great kick, and it's been cut off there by Johnston. Not his best work. He'll want that one back again. Goes out wide, trying to hit a target, does too. That's Jaffa Ocker. A little short kick down the line, but it's not a good one. That may still work. No, it's been roved by, nice work by Carter. Gets it inside. Now they come forward again, Croydon. They've had the better of the play, you'd have to say. Now Mark taken over there. It might be Sparks, I think, on that far side.
That's Broussard.
Broussard. So
Just quickly, Croydon got the shot of goal, and they did really well to turn it over there, Brash, but we both noticed how many Beaconsfield players were just sitting in the hole, the hole in the corridor. They don't want Croydon having shots for goal 30 metres out directly in front.
So Broussard. This is a fairly lengthy kick, but we'll see how his goal-kicking prowess is. Comes in. Is he left-footed by the looks too? Gets it on its way. It's not a bad-looking kick. The goal umpire's doesn't even move. Beautiful kick by Broussard. I think it's fair to say it's a decent kick, and Croydon get their first of the afternoon in terms of a major, and they lead 1 straight to 1 behind on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Nice goal.
Broussard was one of the players that Morris DeSandro told us about, a young guy coming in, made his way through the reserves, done his penance, and nice start to him this afternoon.
It's going to be key as well that they got that score off turnover, Croydon. Billy Dixon, it was a poor kick coming out of defence, but Billy Dixon and Andrew Cutter did really well off turnover. We see the way Jake Bowd burst out of defence there previously. That's going to be a key way for Croydon to score, is making sure that Beaky don't get it past the centre, because they can get, obviously, a lot of numbers back and be susceptible to that.
Yeah.
Well, it's an early contender for the Tobin Brothers funeral goal of the day. It was the first one, but it was a good one. As now Beaconsfield go forward, bouncing football right to the top of the goal square. Which way will this one go? It was picked up there by Jaffa Ocker. Traps it, sells a bit of candy, sells a bit of candy again, and goes for goal and misses it. Oh, we was up and about there. But 1 behind is the result. So he just looked like he never looked like he was going to get caught then, did he, Jaffa Ocker? There's Croydon bring the ball back in relatively quickly here. Mackenzie squared it up nicely. Their kicking out of defence has been pretty good so far, as Mackenzie of the Corey variety goes straight down the guts, got it to Clark, got it to Ficcarelli, who goes forward now, thumps it on his boot, and that's 2 turnovers there for Ficco in the first quarter. Now it'll be a chance for Beaconsfield through Valentine up towards the wing position. Out in front is Wazilko. Got it right. Wazilko goes up towards the centre half forward area, half forward line, but nobody's home. Just a wall of Blues. And that's Jai Wardimer. He's actually the nephew of assistant coach Peter Muscat. Now Croydon using the grandstand side, which is, we're liking this. So far they've used it a fair bit. As it comes out, Clark received the handball. Now here's a go for them. Ficcarelli, he's about 60 metres out. He had an unnecessary bounce, but the kick was magnificent into the pocket. It's absolutely perfect, and just put it out in front. And that's what you want to do when you're kicking it into the forward line for your forwards, just to be able to run onto nicely. And Riley Constantino, another one of the Croydon forwards with a mo, will have a ping from about 30 out.
Beaconsfield are still making sure that they own the corridor and forcing Croydon to kick
even where he's marked it as well.
Yeah.
He's obviously a great goal kicker, Riley, but yeah, they wouldn't be too disappointed with the shot.
Well, Ficco to Costi, and it doesn't work out either. Across the face to it, standing there, right there was, well, let's all the forwards share it, why don't we? So Britton takes the mark on the behind line, basically. So he'll go back. He's right on the angle. So imagine if you're only listening on the radio, the banana kick's coming, and the banana kick was perfect. And now we've got the new clubhouse leader for the Tobin Brothers funeral goal of the day. Britton gets his first. They did it the hard way, Croydon, but they've got their second on the board. They lead 2 straight 12. Beaconsfield 2 behind.
I don't think Mick Fogarty would be happy about that, because he would have. I think he would like to have seen that ball force through defensively for a point. Then,
yeah, any coach doesn't like the opposition taking an attacking mark on the goal line, do they, Brash? You should have more numbers there. But Yeah, but Croydon, they're just doing exactly what we thought they'd do. They have numbers behind the footy. They're a high intercept team, and their forwards, despite not getting that many looks at it, are very crafty and efficient.
So back in the middle, Croydon off to a quick start here, and Beaconsfield need to respond as they get the football. Now they work it out of the middle. Sloppy little handball. It's been hacked forward. Trying to pick it up over there was it's not Hodker, it's Dixon. Now it's out wide to 36 is Christie. Christie goes long towards half to full forward, but good, well responded there. And they get it out, Beaconsfield for the moment, but they're under a fair bit of pressure. It was McMillan who went past it, but he managed to do enough to force a stoppage and just spoil the play for now. But they were a bit panicky there, Beaconsfield, just at the back, but they managed to repel just for the moment. And the umpire to throw it up, but Croydon still hot on attack. One out of the middle, and they've done pretty well here, Beaconsfield, and they are going to get out the long kick down the wing, but there's only Croydon players back there. Nice mark taken by Mortimer. Jai Mortimer, I think he's going to go across the ground, is he? Yes, he is. He's going to kick it straight back into the corridor. Looked a bit of a dangerous kick, but an easy mark there, probably a bit too easy. Croydon going forward now. Great kick, and the mark is taken there by Britton. In fact, no, it's Dodd, so Dodd will go back. It was just a bit too easy for Croydon there. Especially when they went back into the corridor.
We said pre-game that's what's going to happen, Brash. Both sides, they like to get numbers back. So whoever's got the ball is going to get the chance to keep getting repeat entries, and that's what Mortimer's taken one. Fraser Smith's done it. Beaconsfield are going to have to lower the eyes coming out of defensive 50.
So Trent Dodd, he'll be kicking from about just under 50 metres. He's unloaded. I think it's going to come up a bit short. And it's been marked. Brilliant mark taken there by Britton. It was a bit similar to the first one. Absolutely, BWS. And, Beaconsfield's defence, they've just got to be looking at themselves. That should never happen. They should have got a spoil.
Will he go the banana?
Probably.
Let's see. Britton, he's holding it like he's going to go the banana. He does. And he thinks he's kicked it. He has. So nicely done there by Britton. And he's got two pretty quickly. And a third for Croydon. It's got them well and truly on top. It's 3 goals to 2 behinds on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Croydon at the moment are taking complete advantage of Beaconsfield's inexperience across the lines. Beaconsfield, they're running the ball out of their back line, and they're going okay, but they're turning the ball over. Yep. They're just pushing numbers up Croydon and just sitting behind. But then as soon as they get the ball, Croydon are off. They've got numbers running forward of the ball, and Beaconsfield are getting caught on the turnover.
And one thing that Croydon have got that Beaconsfield don't is height. So Koga, BW's already mentioned, Koga's dominating the ruck. He's giving them first use. And then down forward, Britton, he's just not even having to jump. He's just putting his hands in the air. So Croydon can have actually just bomb it long, because across the ground, there's probably not a position where they're the shorter player.
Well, Karshia went up this time, but it was to no avail because Koga slapped it straight down the throat there of Hoctor. They've done that a few times, haven't they? The kick goes towards Clark, who got good jukes out in front. Fantastic mark there by Jared Clark. And he's like, well, the boys are getting the mark inside forward 50. It's about time I got amongst it as well. So he'll go back and have a ping from about 40 metres.
I'm not sure what Mick Foley can do here, but he's going to have to try and stem the bleeding very soon. Otherwise, this game could get away from them very quickly.
Damage control, reassess at quarter time and see what they can do. They got to somehow negate Koga.
So Jared Clark, one of the favourite sons down at the Blues, pushed it to the right-hand side. First blemish, give him a fine. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, as we cross the 12.5-minute mark of this first term, and it's a very handy 17-point lead to the home side. I hope you're enjoying the broadcast today across all our media, the SEN app, 98.1, Facebook and YouTube.
You're all over it, Ben.
You can't miss it.
You are all over it.
McMillan takes it in the back pocket and wants to switch the play here. So change it up a bit. There's been a lot of play on this side of the ground, so they'd be silly not to have a crack at it. Bowd's kicker went out towards the wing position, and getting a nice left fist on it there was Jake Christie.
I don't know if you noticed it, Brash, but the way Croydon, they just moved. It was like synchronised swimming. The way they were going about it there, they just followed the ball behind the play of these last 6 players. Jaden Seister was the one who was this free man in the corridor. So if Beaky wanted to use the corridor, they couldn't.
So back into the clinches on the ground. Will they get it out? No, they won't. And that'll be a secondary ball up. Got hard work in there by Damian Johnson for Beaconsfield. Up it goes again. There's the hit out there. I think that was Koga again. He's had a big game, as the boys said before. Hodke couldn't take it on the ground, lost control of it. And Sparks couldn't keep it in either. It's across on the far side and it's out of bounds.
Croydon's ability to break tackles is also another worrying sign for Beaconsfield as well.
So let's see what happens. Can Beaconsfield get themselves back into this game? They need to get some possession and they need to get a couple of quick goals just to get things going. Dodd in there, one of the goal kickers, tries to get rid of it. In fact, he didn't kick a goal. He missed one earlier, of course. Couldn't clear it. So 19 plays 2, 3-1 to 2 behinds on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Up it goes again. It's another one for Koga, really dominating. And it might be almost a sling tackle there. And the umpire's paid. No, in fact, he's paid a free kick to Croydon.
Holding the ball. Thought it might have gone the other way, but not to be. So Hotka took the kick, but the umpire said, no, I want it back. And we'll take it again. So a little bit of pedantic, perhaps. But
So what, put it this way, Croydon, not only, they are hitting hard at the moment.
So here's the free kick now, finally. And poked forward. That's been nicely marked there by Matt Johnson. A couple of Johnsons, a Johnson and a Johnston in this side today. Now he goes long, trying to hit a target. They really could do with a goal, but there's plenty of defenders back, but it's been taken nicely back there. It's I think it might be McKinder maybe.
They've got no one down forward, though, because they're just sucking all their numbers back to stem the bleeding there, Brash, don't they?
So they do go inside 50, but there is no one there on Hodker's back, and he's going to possibly be caught in possession, but he just got the handball away in the nick of time. Now it comes back to Mortimer. They're under a bit of pressure here, Croydon, as they go down the line, but they managed to get out of it, and now they're off. So they'll switch it to the other side of the ground. Couple of bounces. Now the kick. Let's see what it's like. It's a beautiful kick too. He's Hodker again. He's been good in the early stages. Looks around for some options. Decides to send off a handball. And now they'll go down this near wing. That's a nice kick too. The mark not taken. Free kick. No, the umpire says nothing doing. Hooked inside there off the boot of Broussard. Chasing it inside 50, but it's going to be Johnson who gets
Dropped
back.
it.
And what's the umpire paid here? He's going to pay holding the ball, does he?
Just got a couple of scores around the ground. First one, Premier Division, Park Orchards 2-2. Vermont 2 straight, early stages of that big game for both clubs.
Yeah, it's Johnson was actually held onto and slung to the ground after he just tapped the ball away. So that's where the free kick came from. As a Delarue, the late inclusion, picks up the ball, squeezed to kick up. That was okay. He's Johnston with a T. And he goes up towards the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. So true centre wing position. Stoko couldn't quite trap the pill. Christie came in from the side, got a nice little sliding boot to it over the boundary line. She goes for a boundary throw-in.
They're just not hitting their targets when they move forward either, Beaconsfield.
It's interesting as well. When Croydon had that ball coming out of defence before, Brash, there was 3 Croydon players and Beacon players lined up in front of us. Croydon all goal side. I don't think Mick Fogarty would be happy with that either.
So just tried to work himself out of a phone box. There's a quick kick out there by Smith. Got it inside forward 50 eventually. And now swinging around and having a shot on goal is Tommy Knox, if you do not mind.
No, Troy
was
Broussard.
Was it really? Okay, Troy Broussard. He's kicked 2. So it's 2 to Britton, 2 to Broussard. And that just ruined any chance of it being a highlight.
It'll still be a highlight. We might just have to edit a little bit.
Just put it on mute.
But yeah, it's worrying sides for Beaky because it's probably a bit of a summary of their season. They're not actually being that bad around the ball. It's just that they struggle once it gets past sort of halfway. And as we mentioned with Morris pre-game, Brash, Croydon's midfield is electric, and when you let them get on a run, they're going to dominate you.
So one man that is having a good game is Bailey Hodker. He was involved in that play, in the little handball forward. So he's dominating for Croydon. As the umpire has paid a free kick out of the middle here. I'm not sure what that was for.
666?
The 666 rule, is it?
It must be. We don't do warnings. We don't do warnings in the Eastern. So that'll
25 metre as well.
Yeah, that'll be why, because there's no warnings. But
first and final.
So Josh Smith it is who puts it onto the boot, goes forward, trying to hit a target. Mark almost taken there.
Mark.
In fact, it has been taken second ago by Hocker. He had it in his hands for the first time, popped out, but he got it again. And he's going to go back and have his first shot at goal of the day.
Well, it's actually, if he kicks this one, he'll have their entire score. And he's kicked the 2 behinds as well. It's Croydon versus Hocker at the moment, Crash.
So, Hocker, he's got the best hairstyle of the day, that's for sure.
Lock it in.
Lining them up.
Needed.
You'd expect him to kick this, and it is very needed. Here he comes. Gets the right foot on the way, but he's got it. The goal umpire started to move, but it was well enough struck, and he gets his first of the day. So Ocker gets his first, and it's the first of the day for Beaconsfield. Much needed too, and they trade 25 to 8 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, I think that the Beaconsfield faithful will be breathing a collective sigh of relief there, because the way Croydon are trying to blow them off the park early here and put the result beyond doubt. I think we're actually seeing the difference between the bottom half of Division One clubs and their structures against the top 3 or 4. And
I think the structures are similar. I think that it's just the midfield. That was their first centre clearance, and it came from a 6-6-6. They've got to somehow negate Croydon's strength in the middle here.
Nonetheless, it's the 18-minute mark of the first quarter. As it comes out now, Hockduck got the handball out wide. They certainly are on top, the Blues. As the kick goes down towards the wing position, giving a little nudge there was Clark. Umpire said it was okay, and then he came in hard with an elbow, but it was legit. And over she goes for a boundary throw-in right in front of us here in the broadcast position. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today. It's the EFNL match of the round. The first opportunity to call the Beaconsfield Eagles. And they're going against one of the seasoned Division One sides in the Croydon Football Club as the ball's knocked up and handballed over the top. And once again, we'll see over. And Dodd gave a falcon to his teammate there in Josh Jones. I'm sure the boys will get that back on tape.
Croydon getting out the front of the contest, aren't they, Brash? Beaconsfield, they're probably just too close to the ball, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, they are.
Straight down the throat from the stoppage into Lynch, who just fell over, then did a little kick over the head, corking the Ocean Styles. As it comes out now, here's Dodd on the left. Does it have enough purchase? Dodd, which way will it bounce? To the right-hand side. And he's just peppering the goals at the moment. He just can't get there. It won't be too far away, you wouldn't expect. Minor score, the result. Time on also is the result too, as we cross the 20-minute mark with a 18-point lead to the home side, Croydon.
So Beaconsfield to bring it back in. Yes, Dodd very much the nearly man. He could have had 5 as the ball goes through hands. And they've got it here. It's a chance for Beaconsfield to come forward. How they'd love a goal going into the break. Stoko gets a kick forward. Hodker it was, and it's on the ground. Whistle. Wilson it was. He copped a high one. He's a bit of how's your father too.
Once again, Brash, Beaconsfield, they had the run on, but it's down the line. It's a 1-on-3. So they have to go that little short ball. And Croydon, they run hard both ways. They've got numbers everywhere. At the moment, Beaconsfield have got to try and find a way to keep at least 2 players ahead of the footy.
So ball kicked up. It was Stanton who had it for a moment, but the umpire's whistle comes and he says we'll have a ball up just about centre wing or just forward of centre wing. Up it goes. Rucks go at it. Knocked away there by Dodd. Hasn't had his goal-kicking boots on today, as we've said, but plenty of time left in this one as the ball goes to the ground. It's taken there by Smith. He's kicked 8 so far this year, so he knows where the big sticks are. Umpire to throw it up again. Dodd gets to the front spot, but he may have been beaten by Smith on that occasion. Now the ball comes out into the open. Hack forward by Lynch. Can he hit a target? No, it's going to be... beautiful mark. That's a fantastic grab over there by, I think it's Koga, is it, the big man?
Having a rest and taking a screamer.
Magnificent stuff. It looked like it was a bit of a kick in hope. There was certainly Beaconsfield players back. If you watch the replay, there's a couple of them there, but Koga just too big and too strong, and that's a great mark. So
not only is Koga is he doing damage in the ruck, but even when he's resting, he could be doing a lot of damage this afternoon.
It's all the tools, isn't it? Dodd, Koga, and then Britton have been the dominant players for Croydon. They're all over 6'3".
So Koga, left footer on its way. He's got it. Straight through the middle, beautiful goal, and it certainly deserved a goal too. It was a great mark in the first instance, so that's number 5 for Croydon so far, and 5-2-32 plays 1-8 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 22 minutes gone in this first quarter.
I still think Beaconsfield will come because, as we mentioned, each game they've always been in the game. Like I keep pointing out their lack of height. So I think Mick Fogarty is too good a coach to not change something. It'll be interesting to see what he does at quarter time, Brash, to maybe make the game a little bit more scrappy so that the tools aren't quite as influential.
It's certainly where we should head to see at quarter time. It's Vicarilli out of the guts there. It's again a little turnover. Kick goes up towards centre half forward now for the Eagles. Getting underneath it there was Fraser Smith, the general of the back line this year. Kicks it out towards Vico, who's got a little bit of space. And on the right boot, that's a beautiful kick this time. Goes up towards the Hockter direction. Couldn't quite pull it down, but had the skill to go after it a second time. Looping handball over the top. He had to be clever, and he was. Andrew Carter swings around now on the left. Got it back. Vicarilli's made some really good space there because he's run all the way into the forward line. Little chip kick over the top. Didn't go the required distance, and Stoko takes the mark, but it's not paid, and he's wrapped up, and we'll have a ball up about 45 metres out from the Croydon goal line on the far side. Good to see a South Croydon fan out there as their side is away today. Loving the area as it comes up towards the wing position. Underneath it again, strong mark there by Fraser Smith, who's certainly got right amongst the football in this first term as we get some more scores around the ground.
Yeah, that Vermont Park Orchards game. 2-3 the Sharks. Vermont 4 straight. So good kicking is good football, Brash.
It is early.
And then Lewdale and East Ringwood, we've just had a score come through. Mikey Rudolph is out there, tied at 3-1 apiece. And then at Wanturna South, it's the Devils 5-3-33, Bayswater 2-2-14.
Well, Bowd took a really good mark in the back in the defensive arc, so we'll make sure that gets called out. But the ball has moved on to the wing position underneath the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, where it's a 24-point lead to Croydon. Besto.
So umpire throws it back in. Another head out for Kroger as the ball is hacked forward, though, by Beaconsfield, who won the clearance. Bouncing around Auckland. Nice little handball off to Carter. But he's got a bit of work to do. Carter decides to go back, and now he gets the kick away down towards about centre wing. Up they fly, and that's going to be a free kick. Some front-on contact there going the way of Beaconsfield. And it's going to be Johnson, Matthew Johnson, who's going to take it. And so can they pinch one before quarter time here, Beaconsfield? They could really do with one. That's Bro over there on the far side. Little handball inside. Finds Stoker of the Tyler variety. And he's been caught in position. So Dodd taking an age to get rid of it, but now he puts a little kick forward. This next kick is the one. This gets them inside 50. Can they get a mark out towards Britain? But he can't get it. And they're going to rebound here with Bowd coming away.
So Bowd on the left boot now. Kicks it up towards the wing. That was a good kick too. Oh, Bailey Hochter almost pulled in an absolute ripper. And it goes over and out. It looks like a gazebo got squashed out there. What are all those?
Their cricket covers there.
Yeah, bloody cricket club. How lazy are cricketers? They can't even fold it up. It looks disgraceful
They're covering
absolutely
something.
Disgraceful.
Scoresby 5-4, Coldstream 1 behind.
As it comes out now, Jallaroo. And
Ben Warren Smith, the number one cricket fan in the world.
He would have watched 3 balls in his life, I reckon.
Got to say, BW.
And my wife worked for them for 5 years.
Croydon North 1 straight 6, Churnside 3-2-20, Surrey Park 1-1-7. Nunawarding yet to score.
Mortimer's kick was a shocker, so it was trapped there by the Eagles. Thumping kick goes inside forward 50. There was a 2-on-1 situation, so you'd expected that they were going to win out there, the Blues, and they do just that as it comes into the arms there of Lukey Sparks. Down the wing he goes. Needed to get in the front position. There was Dodd. Courage shown by Stoko. That was Trent up towards the half forward line. This is better. And he was, was he off? No, it's out of bounds.
Interesting there, Brash. He's taking the mark right next to the Beaconsfield coaching box. Surely one of them could have yelled out, there's a man standing right behind you. Obviously their intention is to play on quickly, which I like. But surely one of the 6 coaching staff could have yelled out.
Yeah, and 5 other players sitting on there as well.
And I think the Beaky Marquee's there as well. So between 30 of them, none of them told him that he was hot.
Matty McKenzie picks himself up. Thought they were tats, but it's mud.
Montrose 3 straight 18, Mitcham 2-4-16 in a big Division 1 clash there.
Be some pretty ordinary tats, wouldn't they? As it goes over the boundary line. I really hope they're not now.
Which player are you talking about? Who are you talking about here?
Matty McKenzie.
Is he just coming off now?
Yeah,
they're absolutely tats, Ben. Good job.
No, he spent the COVID painting his legs. I'm a big fan of Ink. As comes in now, just dropping the ball that time. Good tackle by Ficcarelli.
That's why you're a fan of Croydon, mate.
That's why I wear glasses, Brash, and the ones that I'm wearing aren't my real ones. They're taped together. I can't find my originals.
What do you call a whole leg of tats? An arm's a sleeve. What's a whole leg?
Just the leg sleeve.
Stocking.
Okay. Still a sleeve.
Stocking.
That was good from Bruce.
A bit of holding maybe in the ruck contest because we've heard a whistle and a lot of screaming. And it'll be a free kick to the big man Joel Koga. We've got 27 and a half minutes tick over. Don't expect too much longer to go in this quarter. It's a 24-point lead to the Blues. Get pretty close to that 32 that I picked pre-game as it goes up towards Clark, who just got underneath it. What a fantastic mark that was. Jared Clark, if you do not mind. He took it and then told his opponent all about it. Just fell in his lap nicely. Ficcarelli, short passes on. Just had enough purchase on it. Umpire paid it. So kick goes up towards the half-forward line now. Britton was there. No, it was Haig. He gave a little nudge. And it'll be a free kick to the Eagles across that half-back line. Right in front of the Croydon dugout as the siren sounds to announce quarter time out here at Croydon versus Beaconsfield. And the home side getting off to a really good start here. 5-2-32 to 1-2-8. It's a 4-point lead. 2 goals each to Riley Britton and Troy Brassard, 1 each to Koga. And the only goal kicker for the Eagles was Jaffa Ocker in that first quarter. Hope you're enjoying the game so far. 1 quarter down, 3 to go. We'll be back in a moment.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Croydon Oval, where the home side are well and truly placed in this first quarter. They lead 5-2-32 to Beaconsfield's 1-8. Before we get some thoughts on that first quarter, let's go into the score centre, where Matt Foddy is keeping an eye on all the scores around the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. The only Premier Division One I've got at the moment is Park Orchards 3-4-22 to Vermont 5-1-31. Division One, Lillardale and East Ringwood out of the LSO 3-1-19 apiece. Montrose straight kicking 3 straight 18. Mitcham 2-5-17. Wanney South 5-3-33. Bayswater 2-2-14. South Belrive and East Belwood is starting at 3:30. Templestowe 2-1-13. Trail Mulgrave 4-3-27. And Oakley District 1-2-8. Trail the Basin 2-2-14. Whitehorse 1-1-7. Trail Fair Park 3-1-19. Coldie 3-1-19. Trail Scoresby 6-4-40. Hot start from the Magpies. Nothing from Donvale and Glen Waverley at the moment. Ferntree Gully 4 behinds. Waverley Blues 3 behinds in an absolute thriller out at Wally Chew. Surrey Park 5-5-35 lead Nunawading yet to score. Churnside 3-4-22 lead Croydon North 1 straight 6. And Sylvan 5-5-35 lead Kilsyth 1-5-11.
All right, let's get ready for a start in this second quarter. But before we do that, let's just get some thoughts on that first quarter. Brash in particular, I mean, 32-8. Croydon have looked the better side. They've been better with their ball movement. They've looked sharper. Beaconsfield have got to move the magnets in this second term. If you were Mick Fogarty, what would you do to get back into this game?
Well, first and foremost, he's going to have to try and find a way to nullify Koga's influence in the ruck, because he's given the Croydon midfield an armchair ride here at the moment. The other thing that Mick's got to do is he's got to try and get his structure back into his forward line. The forwards are getting caught too far up the ground because they're trying to restrict Croydon from going from inside their 50.
Let's go down to the boundary where I think Blake Tennant has a special guest.
Yeah, just got the Beaconsfield coach. Obviously challenged in that quarter. What's the changes that you would do for this quarter?
We just changed our midfield up a bit. We can't let Ficker all in. Number 4 just completely dominated stoppage. So we've got Declan Everett to play on him and obviously Nick on number 4. But it was all over the ground. They just dominated all over the ground and we just didn't have the energy or the desire to go with them.
Any news or anything coming into the game or any changes through forward line or anything to try and keep you in the game?
Yeah, we'll just put Matty Jono up there and he's a genuine forward. So hopefully he can give us a couple of marks and hit the scoreboard for us.
All right, thanks for that, mate.
All right, let's quickly go over the score centre just while we get started for the second quarter.
Just for other Premier Division scores, Doncaster 11, North Ringwood 15, Norwood 13, Baldwin 29, Noble Park 4-2-26, Doncaster East 6-2-38, Blackburn 4-1-25, Berwick 4-2-26.
And well done to Blake as well because Mick Fogarty had angry eyes and by the time he was finished talking, he was smiling. So the ball in the middle here, handball, the Beaconsfield, chance to go forward, and up and under kick. It went as high as it did long. It holds up in the breeze, it seemed, but no, it was just the height of everything. And we'll have a ball up about 45 metres out from the Beaconsfield goal line. And opportunity.
Just another score, Ben. Sorry to cut you off.
2-4-16
Donvale, League Glen Laverley 139.
Go down to Scott shortly, but it's in the Beaconsfield forward arc here. So can we manufacture something? And no, free kick. They've been given one. So just seeing what that one was for, copying a high tackle. Over the shoulder. Yep. I guess that was Tiggy Touchwood, but they'll take it, absolutely.
Well, they missed a couple in the first quarter, Beaky, that they should have got. The umpires gave them one there.
So coming in, McPherson. He's going to wind up. This is just his distance range, you think, and he's pushed it to the right-hand side, and mark hasn't been taken by Koga. It's second bite over the goal line, so a minor score is the result. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 1.5 minutes into this second term. 139 Beaky, as Matty's calling them, so I'm jumping on that train, and 5-2-32 Croydon.
Sorry, before we go down to Scott on the boundary, Rowville 3-4-22, South Croydon 6-1-37, so good game out at Seabeck as we go down to Scott Hardy, who was at the Croydon huddle.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Obviously, from the Croydon huddle, they were extremely happy with that they had the game on their terms. In all parts of the ground, everyone got a praise. The big message from the coach was basically not to drop away, as they know that Beaconsfield will come strong for them in this second quarter. Thanks, boys.
Thanks, Scott. Great work down there as we see Koga getting another tap, but we're going to have a secondary ball up. Koga's on the back spot this time, and it was Smith who got to the front spot. Can they get it out? They almost do, but it's going to be wrapped up again. And we'll have a ball up. Koga having a field day today.
Just another score for you, Brett. Knox 4-2-26, lead Heathmont 2 straight 12.
Okay. So up it goes again, Koga. He was worked out at that time by Smith, who did well, just used his body. And I think we're going to have another ball up. It's tight in there. It looks like it's a game of Twister.
It looked like that's exactly what it looked like. Mackenzie was like rolling around like a crocodile on the ground there.
I think that's what Beaconsfield will want,
death
though.
roll.
Beaconsfield will want that. They don't want it to be open because Croydon have shown their ability to cut teams open.
So Ficcarelli switches the play across to the other side.
And it's nicely done there by Fraser Smith, who chipped it inward and got Lynch. On the right boot now, in the middle of the ground. Ficker really takes it, and he wants to take off too, and that's exactly what he does, Ficker, as he goes up towards the half-forward line. The 2-on-1 situation, bowed over the top. He got the spoil, but it's quickly picked up there by Koga, who's handball back to Ficker, really. Handball over the top. They've got some space across the half-forward line, dancing around, backwards to go forwards. Haig tried to squeeze a kick, which he managed to do inside forward 50, snap around the body. That is as good a goal as you will get on the left boot. Josh Jones, if you do not mind, he had to bounce himself up, and he has now got himself in the front seat for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day.
Well, just once again, Beaconsfield have upped the ante a little bit with their tackling pressure, but once again, Croydon managed to still find a way through that defence and score a miraculous goal, really. Because
That's great nous is what it is. It's knowing where the goals are.
Exactly.
Ficarelli was clear again, and Mick Fogarty just said that that was a big talking point for them in the quarter-time huddle, and it's been 2.5 minutes and he's already got off the chain.
So underway, once again in the middle, up they fly. Koga, they head out nicely, won in the clearance from Croydon as they go forward. Can they hit a target? They sure can. That's a great mark, and it's Britton again. He's already got 2 today, and he's going to go back and line up for his 3rd. He's a big man, Britton, and he just swatted his opponent out of the way.
Could be a breakout game for him here, Brash. We were saying, do Croydon have a player that in a final can stand up and turn the game in the forward half? We thought it was Costantino, but it might be Riley Britton. He's 6'3", 4". He's a fairly strong lad, and if you can keep clunking him like this, he could be in for a big second half of the year.
Must have a hell of a lot of grip on those hands this afternoon because they are sticking.
So back he goes. He'll be kicking from about 45, I suppose, if you take the angle into account. Let's see how he goes, maybe a little bit closer as he gets it on its way. And it's missed. The umpire was slapping the chest pretty early on, and it's gone through for a minor score, so he'll be disappointed with that one. But it's another point nonetheless. 6-3-39 plays 1-3-9 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Sticking like your hands are to the party pies, Brash. Pass them down. Don't want me starting to sing that song. It's bowed.
There you go.
Sir. Thank you, sir. That's a beautiful kick. It travelled every bit of 70 metres, but they're going to get a chance to go back in again. Carter to squeeze one forward. Trapping it nicely was Brassard. He's kicked 2 goals in the first term. Kicked it to the hot spot. Position A. That is magnificent place to put the football. And when you play in front and you're a tall and you're a good, strong forward like Britton is, he just had his name written all over that.
Yeah, that Britton's going to be. He's creating nightmares for Mick Fogarty now.
I think he's playing on Tanner Stanton, who is probably just a bit taller than me, so it's 6'1", and as we mentioned, Britton's a lot taller, a lot stronger. It's just a mismatch.
Well, it's take 2 because he's disappointed in himself for the miss just only moments ago. This time he's more in front, and he has missed it as well.
Oh.
He got underneath that one. It didn't look like he kicked fully through it. So he's pushed it to the right-hand side. He's definitely around the scoring, but he'll be disappointed in that. 6-4-40 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 6-minute mark of the second term on EFNL game day. The Beaconsfield Eagles are trailing by 31. They're 1-3-9.
Bit of a let-off there. Britton, 2 gilt-edge opportunities to hammer the advantage home, was unable to do so.
But at the moment, it's like the way Croydon defend and the way Beaky are moving the ball today, you don't see how they're going to get it out of their defensive half. They're just bombing it long and hoping they can clunk one like they have here.
And so they did get the mark on this occasion. It's in the hands of number 14. That is Johnston, Damian Johnston. Now they go forward. That's a nice kick, and it should be marked over there, and it is. So here they come, Beaconsfield. They need to go quickly. Taking a bit of time, but finally they go inside 50. Now this is the one. Up they fly. That's Ocker, but he couldn't quite get there, but it's been claiming the mark, not paid. That was Smith, and he's going to be caught for holding the ball. He was yelling to the umpire that he thought he'd marked it, and he gets a bit of a pat on the head from his opposite Koga too.
He didn't like it either.
And it's a 25 metres by the looks. They've played on quickly. It's Smith in the hands with the ball now. Goes long. Got to play to the umpire's whistle. Now it's over on the far side. Trying to get his hands on it was Constantino. Gets it down the line. Goes right at the top of everybody. It was Clark almost getting to it there. In fact, he's fighting with 2 players. He's a little bit outnumbered, but he does pretty well. Get some reinforcements finally.
I don't know how hard it is to get that replay back, but I don't think it was anywhere near a mark.
No, I don't think he claimed the mark. I think he tried to get his hands clear. It came off about 4 sets.
So he was saying he was being held.
No, I think he was trying to get his hands clear to get a handball away.
He cracked it.
I think he cracked it for the early ping. I don't think he cracked it for thinking he got a free. I think he thought it should have been a ball up. Because there's no way you could appeal for a free kick.
I'm in BWS's camp. I thought he was claiming the mark myself. But
he was screaming something before the
definitely wasn't
came.
A mark. It came off his teammate's hand.
Yeah, exactly. But he was cracking it about something.
And might be the fact they're 5 goals down.
Then went ballistic.
Johnston it was. He got a little handball away after Ocker won the ball initially, and it's out of bounds on the far side of the field. So
a bit better from Beaconsfield so far, Brash, but the key is probably trying to take a mark on centre wing, really, because they're clearly going long out of defence with Bowd, and it looked like before he took the kick out was Devon Smith, and they got lucky because Johnson took a mark on centre wing, but who else can do that for them at the moment?
Another head out for Koga, but Everett did really well. He won the ball. He had 2 goes at it, and in the end he got it. Now it's in the hands of Koga. Gets a quick handball out. and it's bobbling around like a hot potato at the moment, and it's in the hands of Everett. Now they can come forward here. This is the kick they need. Can they hit a target? It's a line. In fact, it might even go through for a goal. No, it won't. And it's going to be taken across the boundary line. Claims of deliberate, but that would be very harsh, as Smith really had no option. He gathered the ball, and he was right near the boundary line, and he just ran out of bounds.
Just a lack of composure there by the Beaconsfield player running inside that.
He sort of went in between because he had Matthew Johnson 30 metres away, and then he had the open goal square, and he sort of couldn't make his mind up.
So when it comes, and it was taken there by Keisha, the umpire says we'll have a ball up, and he's a bit sore, Keisha. He was...
Jimmy Smith bloody rammed him into the ground. Strong tackle, rugby styles.
He looks very
Great
sore,
tackle.
but he's got up to his credit, so that's good. Up it goes. It's another hit out for Koga as the ball is knocked away, but it's been taken there by Johnston. Couldn't get it, though. He's lost control of the football as they try and get it out. Nice little handball out there from McKenzie as they try to get it clear, but they're under a bit of pressure. Beaconsfield doing well here. They've really upped the ante in this quarter. Little handball out towards, or the kick out towards halfback. Now they go down the line. Trying to get his hands on it over there was Johnson. He's been quite prominent early in the second term. Ficarelli makes the tackle. Is that holding the ball? No, says the umpire. Play on.
The third effort there by Ficarelli is absolutely sensational.
Just the Division 2 score, the one we're missing. Baronia 2 straight 12, Ringwood 3-1-19.
Never gave up as the umpire throws it up now. Going it alone almost there was Josh Smith. Do it all again. So about 55 metres out from the Beaconsfield goal line.
Oh.
It was a fresh air shot by both ruckmen. Comes out to the back now. Stoko got the handball away to Johnston. Damian Johnson in towards the forward pocket in the front spot, and a good mark taken by Matthew Johnson. And he will go back and have a genuine shot on goal here for Beaconsfield second.
He was the player that Mick Fogarty threw forward, Brash, to try and do something, and hopefully he's done the first part, hasn't he?
Now he's just got to finish the job.
He's a beautiful kicker of the footy, as I mentioned. Casey listed. I think he's played a couple of games, so he knows his way around to Sharon Besto and BWS. Hopefully for our sake and Beaky's sake, he can kick straight.
We love the Johnston to Johnson. He comes in now. Difficult angle, but it's the right side to kick Goldwood from. But unfortunately for him and the Eagles fans, it goes through for one behind. It was never looked like going through. So 11 minutes tick over in this second term. It's been the most dazzling of quarters so far. It's a 30-point lead to the home side as the kick comes out to Dodd, who takes it. Winds around now. Grandstand side up towards the wing position. Couldn't quite hold the mark down there was Riley Scontentino.
Well, they had to do something, Beaconsfield. They had to up the intensity on the ball carrier. They were just getting too much free ball, Croydon, around the ground.
Beaky have got a loose man at this stoppage. They've got to make it count.
That's 3 down. You're only to go, Besto, as it comes in. Beaky.
Every time you guys talk about Beaky, I think of the Sesame Street character. I know it was Beaker.
Big Bird.
Beaker. Oh, Beaker.
Well, Rucks go at it. Just left that time and charging through Dodd, who was just almost went the player, not the ball. Pi said it was okay.
Croydon have got a loose behind the play. It's Fraser Smith at the moment, so he's about 45 metres off the play, completely on his own.
So the knockdown came. Good tackle there on Dodd. Comes out to McKinder. His handball put a lot of pressure under Josh Smith. He got the handball away. And a kick just by Doherty, who has either got tats or he's got mud on his legs. I'm not guessing this time.
There's no mud out there. We tried to tell you.
Number 11 it is Leroy. It's a kick goes into the forward line, but it's a back pocket mark to Fraser Smith.
So Fraser Smith to bring it out. They've gone all right in this quarter, Beaconsfield. They haven't necessarily made a lot of score up on the scoreboard, but they've played better as the ball goes down. It's been nicely done there by Constantino as he fires for goal, but he's off target. Opportunity for Constantino to add to his tally. He's kicked 9 so far this season.
Probably had a bit more time than what he thought there.
So it looks like the ball's gone almost out onto the road.
Well done to old mate for going to get
it.
it.
Gentleman, he's gone down into the undergrowth. Hope there's no snakes down there. Well, it's not really snake season at the moment, but you never know.
It's not really a snake-type suburb.
You never know. So it'll be Smith. He's going to bring the ball back in for Beaky.
There you go, boys.
I love
It's
it.
got me
I love
beat in. Goes down the ground. Beautiful mark taken there by Sam Keisha. They've definitely had some good patches, Beaconsfield, in this quarter, but they just need to get the score on the board into Ocker, who takes the mark in the middle of the ground, plays on quickly. Nice handball under a bit of heat, but they get it down the line. It's not going to be a mark, though, but it's nicely done there. And a great handball off to Smith, it was, who gets it forward, but there's no one there. And it'll be nicely picked up over there by... Oh, terrible kick. That's put a lot of pressure on Ficcarelli, but he does well. He sort of manages to hold it up enough. Just in time, but beautifully done there by 31. And that was it Lico? But it's... so it had an opportunity. But in the end, after all that, it's gone through for a point. Good pressure by Beaconsfield.
Rush behind there.
Yeah, Wazilko was he nearly put himself in front for the goal of the day. So we've seen some impressive goal kicking today as well.
That we have.
So the Croydon to bring the ball back. It's 41-11. Gone 15 minutes, halfway through this second term now, as kick goes out towards the wing position, trying to get underneath it on the third bite was Fraser Smith. Couldn't quite pull it down. Kick by Beaconsfield, half smothered, bouncing football. Just players picking it up and dropping it left, right and centre here as eventually a big pack forms and the umpire will bounce it. I think the score's coming through as you're out at your local footy game today.
Yeah, it's really important. Keep those scores coming through. We want to know what's happening.
Of course, don't be afraid to post them on Twitter as well.
Vermont 9-155, Park Orchards 5-4-34. So Vermont putting together what looks like their best performance of the year, Brush.
Showing the new kids on the block just how it is, and the big boys. As a little flick over the top that time. Kick goes forward for Beaconsfield. Now, they are peppering the forward line, so they're managing to keep play a fair bit of this term up on their arc, just not being able to penetrate the scoreboard.
Waverley Blues 3-3-21, Furniture Gully 4 behinds, and Coldie are coming back into it. They're 4-6-30. Scores be 6-5-41. And then Division 4 is as it was at quarter time, with Churnside, Sylvan and Surrey Park the leaders.
So Ficcarelli it was, he got tackled, the ball went loose, and Smith had it for a moment, but it's out of bounds.
Right near the Michael Suka sign out there. It's, do we get an exemption from voting next Saturday?
I voted last night. You go in, you say I'm working, and they to be honest, they don't ask you that many questions.
I'm supposed to be getting a postal vote, but I don't think it's turned up here. So Sister gets it forward into the forward pocket, just batted out there, nicely done by Stanton, but he's under a bit of pressure. Gets a handball out. It's a dangerous one, but they're going to get out of this, I think, as they get it down the line. A lot of endeavour from Beaconsfield on this quarter, but all they've got is 3 behinds. You feel like they really should have had a bit more reward for their effort. Little handball from Hodcup, and it's been taken over. That should be just a ball up. He's played holding the ball, I think.
Yeah, he hasn't, but that's a problem because he's been paying it all day, and now all of a sudden he put the whistle away for his
went out of bounds,
I think he got lucky because he was setting himself. He did that thing where they sort of go into that half squat. The umpires, I think, Beat Davis is right. He got lucky it went over the line because he was setting himself.
And there's a square up.
So there's a free kick anyway coming the way.
It was. It's like a half squat. They go into the power stance as they prepare themselves.
So we're turning our attention to weightlifting now as we go into the half squat. And it's going to be Doherty.
Half squat's what I use.
It's not where my mind went to the half squat.
No, I was about to say.
I don't know. Don't worry about me, boys. Doherty with the ball. He's going to go back and have a shot at goal. So this will be huge. This will be their first one of the quarter. And as I said, for all the endeavour that they've had, they really need some reward on the scoreboard. It's going to be a long kick, but not inconceivable. He's going to kick from about 45. It's on its way. Let's have a look at the umpire. No, he's missed it. Another opportunity. That's their 4th behind of the quarter, so they've certainly had their chances. But it's Croydon in front, 6-5-41 to 1-6-12. On the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, we've had 17 and a half minutes in the second term.
Brash, it's no surprise they're missing all their shots at goal. They are the worst goal-kicking side in the division. Beaconsfield, they kick at 44% in front of the big sticks. And I reckon Berwick in Premier are just up there as well. So those two southeast sides struggle in front of the big ones.
So a terrific mark taken over on the far side by Smith.
He's having some sort of a game.
Fraser Smith, he certainly is. Goes down the line. Good solid play. Here they come again, Croydon. They won't want to concede another one, Beaconsfield, going into half-time because it's going to be very difficult for them to come back. Diving on the football there was, might have been McKinder, I think, the bottom of that. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up.
Sorry, Brash, take it back. You'll be singing the song to me soon.
So it looks like all the party pies are going to be gone before I get it cracked, but never mind. It's
They've only sat in front of you for 15 minutes.
Well, I'm a bit busy at the moment. I don't want to stick a party pie in my crop while I'm trying to call as the ball goes out of hands. Now it's over there on the far side. Nicely done there by Doherty. He gets a kick, but it was smothered on the ground, and that's going to be wrapped up. And the umpire says, well, ball it up. Johnston gets up. Damian Johnson. He's been pretty good. One of Beaconsfield better players.
They should be a couple of goals closer, Beaconsfield.
Feels like it, doesn't it? Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. So going after it there and taking it on the ground, but it's another whistle from the umpire. Looks like it might be a free kick to, what's he going to pay?
Going to Beaky.
It's going to Beaky.
One Turner South, 6-4-40. Bayswater, 5-4-34 at half-time. So a good quarter there from the Waters.
So it looks like it's Trent Stoko just eyeing up his options, taking an absolute age to get rid of it. Needs to be a bit more urgent with the football. Now he finally gets the kick down to about centre wing. Up they fly, and almost a mark there taken by Smith. It went through his hands, but they get it forward
home
on the far side, and there's nobody back there.
But that's what they do, Beaconsfield. They don't have any tall players. They know at the moment they're getting beat out of the midfield. Their best bet is getting numbers behind the footy and trying to sort of slingshot. But unfortunately, because when it's a set play like that, they can't get any run.
Even at that contest, it was 3-on-1. They won the football, and that was 3-on-1.
But that's what I'm saying. They have to push so many numbers back up towards Croydon's end to even win the ball that by the time they get it down there, they can't get they're not going to get end-to-end play. Their best bet is a stoppage like they had there, but then Croydon are better at stoppages. So at the moment, unless they kick straight, which they're not doing, they're still a bit off.
So after all that, we've got a stoppage on centre wing. Ball thrown in and was going through the hands of Merrick, who almost got it. In fact, he has got it. Merrick weaves his way through. That was clever stuff. Goes down the ground, but the kick, it's been marked over there by Ocker.
Got to go quick.
He's got to go. Turns around. He's trying to get onto his... No, in fact, he was going for his left, but he's gone back onto his right, and he goes to pull forward, and mark is taken. And that's great play. That's much better from Beaconsfield. It's been marked there by Matt Johnson. He's been one of their better players in this quarter, I feel.
So Beaky's best chance, better, is going back to that point, is get a stoppage around the wing and then reset because you can have numbers forward of the footy. As soon as Croydon get it back, watch them. Everyone comes up to the half. They just want to limit the damage because they know Britton, Koga, Dodd, Costantino, that you can't allow one-on-one because they don't have the key defenders.
He must kick this goal, Johnson.
This is huge. He's got to kick this for all the endeavour that they've had. If they go goalless, it's on its way. Let's have a look. He's got it. Beautiful kick, and that's certainly what they deserved, or certainly what they needed rather than what they deserved for all their endeavour. Beaconsfield have got one back, so 6-5-41 plays, 2-6-18 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we're in time on at the end of the second term.
Mooroolbark 7-4-46, Upper Gully 4 behinds.
Well, there'll be more text coming from Scott Demetrio tonight, demanding an appearance at Heights.
Well, if they can get a stand like we've got here at Croydon, we'll go out there.
True that.
What, if they win by 25 goals this afternoon, does that qualify for
Apparently so. Apparently so.
Got to do a bit better than that, Scotty.
It's a fair call, unbeaten. They definitely know that they'll get a run at some point. No doubt about that. As the kick goes Croydon's way, and Constantino hands it back to the umpire, who will ball it up just forward of the 50-metre line and going towards the forward pocket.
Just got to say, Brett, the party pies are tasting real nice too,
Yeah,
mate.
Thanks very much. Great. Just save me one for a few minutes if you could. They'll be cold by then.
Oh, they're all right.
Have we got
cold.
a microwave and stuff?
Mate, they're all right, cold.
Good tackle there by Mackenzie that time on Doherty.
I've got my eyes on those nuggets. They look nice.
No, they're a bit chewy, mate.
Are they?
No.
I don't even know what the other thing is on there.
I think it's a fried dumping.
A fried dumpling?
Yeah, like a wonton.
Oh, geez, that looks all right. I might try one of those.
You're very cultured there, bro.
Linking up nicely there, Doherty into the middle of the ground. This is good play.
Ocker's out.
Come on,
If you go
Johnson,
quick.
you've got to take it too slow too. But like what we're saying,
Good
is
kick.
they need to get forward. And Ocker, he's having a good game. He creates some spark. I like the look of him.
Those two, Johnson and Ocker, have to stay forward of the ball. I know they tried Johnson up on the wing or whatever it was in the first quarter, but they can take a mark, Brash. And you saw Ocker, he had 3 Croydon players, but he just outworked them, and it was a great kick from Johnson out in front. And there was no way a Croydon defender could have got there first.
He's not a big kick, though. This is just going to be – this is going to push him.
Yeah, I'd be going for the top of the square here.
Kicks this, though. Beaky will be pretty happy with their second quarter.
Yeah, there would be.
Hop, skip, and a jump. He's trying to try and thump it. He gets the distance,
Whistle.
but he kicked it out of bounds. And Bruce's tell you what was it's going to hit a car. Or
I hope it's not my car. I'm over there somewhere.
But you got to park in the ground.
Yeah.
Jesus. You're a wizard.
I'm at the railway station.
Yeah,
Gee,
I'm over at Gridiron Field.
Mine parked just behind us here.
Well, we know you got your little scooter.
I think I'm
It's
in
not
the
a little scooter, mate.
I'm in the VIP area. No, I'm only kidding.
You didn't let that hang in the air along Breast. You put that fire out pretty quickly.
Well, I didn't think I'd get much of a response. I thought, no, I might take that one back. So a little handball it is from Mackenzie. Gets one back. And what's the umpire saying here?
Ben Waterworth used to get one at Ringwood that said Ben Waterworth, media superstar, right at the front.
So into the centre halfback with Lynch. Gets a quick handball off, and here they come, Croydon. Can they get one before the half-time? It's a play, goes down. It's Constantino calling for the free kick. Has it been paid? I think it has. He went down. I don't know if there was too much in it. We'll watch the replay and see if we were being a bit harsh. Here it comes, and... not much, really,
let it go.
To be honest. But Constantino is going to go back and have a shot. So he's kicked 9 this season, so he'll have a chance for his 10th, but it's a long kick.
This is a fair hoof if he gets it.
Yeah, well, he's gone back for a fair old gallop.
He's almost in the car park. He's gone back so far.
Well,
half-time at Lilydale, Brash. East Ringwood 6-7, 43, Lilydale 3-2-20.
1-4 to 1-3 in this quarter so far, Beaconsfield's way. So
there's a free kick forward. What's we pushing? So this is going to be downfield, is it?
Now, don't you hate these free kicks?
Well, if it was there, it was there.
No, but I'm saying, don't you hate giving them away, though?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure Mick Fogarty's not pleased at all. And then in terms of the way the quarter's going, though, Brash, you said there the shots at goal. I think it's similar to the first quarter. It's just Croydon didn't miss and Beaconsfield have.
So that's turned what could have been a probably an unlikely goal into probably a more likely one as Dodd lines up for his first of the day. He's been the nilly man so far today as he comes in and kicks, and I think he has missed it.
His style is exactly like James Manson from Collingwood from back in the 90s.
James Manson?
Charlie Manson.
Yes, you're right.
Real unorthodox looking, good player, just unorthodox looking kicking style.
He played a mean guitar to her too, Jimmy Manson.
That's right. As Beaconsfield now. Forget how young Matt is. As it comes out now, takes a magnificent mark. He's Mick Fogarty's like Ziggy Elwyn X Factor player up at Beaconsfield. He's really impressing me today. Kicks up towards the half-forward line. Eventually it carried to, and happy to see it over there as Seister. It might have come off his boot at the last second. The fans are down there for Beaconsfield. They're screaming for it. They've got to fight. They've got to fight against the Croydon dugout.
Yeah, he'd be game to give him that one.
The ball's being brought back in. Beat all players, went through, so it's picked up there by Bra, who got good tackle there by Ficcarelli. Came out the back, though. Doherty, he's had a good quarter. Kicks the ball inside forward 50. In the front spot that time was Smith, but it's mopped up nicely there by Carter. Handball was chopped off, and it's going to be a goal to McPherson. Is it? No, another point.
No.
You're kidding me. Unbelievable. So that's... but what's that? Six for the quarter now they've kicked. And they just can't inch closer. They've got the one goal for the term.
That came from Jaff Rocker again. Great forward pressure, laid a bone-crunching tackle that gave them an opportunity that should have been a goal.
42 plays 19. Go for it, Besto.
Jake Christie was out, gets the ball forward. They really are just kicking themselves, Beaconsfield. They've had plenty of opportunities. They should be a lot closer. Ficcarelli took a huge whack as the ball comes out. Now, here they come forward again, Beaconsfield, but that's not going to go to
deliberate.
In fact, it's just going to go out of bounds deliberately. And the umpire, has he paid it?
No, he hasn't, but that was definitely deliberate.
You'll never see it paid.
I think we had one paid in the last game, I thought.
Very rare.
That was as deliberate as it comes. Yeah, no one there. It was two Croydon blokes.
I have to say it was a skill error. The ball goes in, knocked away there by Smith, it was, in the ruck. As the ball goes inside 50. Bears Ocker again. He's been everywhere in this quarter. Nicely done by Doherty. And they'll get out of this Croydon. Nice little chip. Not a great chip kick, and it's been marked there by Smith. Now, this has got to find a target.
Ocker's in the goal score if he wants him.
You're in love with Ocker.
Well, he's starring.
He's absolutely superb, but he's going to have his work cut out here because there's about a 4-on-1. And they'll get this behind. We'll get this through for him. They won't get it through. It's still in play. Diving on it there was Everett. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So we've had 27 minutes, nearly 28 played. So they better get on with this Beaconsfield. They need a goal. They're going to get beaten by the siren. They get the head out. In fact, there it is, right on cue. As the ball has been knocked through, it's going to count as a behind as well. So we'll go into the halftime break. And Beaconsfield, well, they've had their opportunities, but they haven't converted. And they trail 6-6-42 to 2-8-20 at the halftime break on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Pretty ordinary by Mortimer there in that ruck contest to create that opportunity. But yeah, there you go.
So major goal kickers, Ben, for the half?
So on the goal kicking board, still the major goal kickers are Brassard and Britton. The rest are singles. 6 goals, 6-42 to 2 goals, 8-20. It seems like Beaconsfield should be a lot closer. It's only a 22-point margin. At quarter time, we were worried it was going to blow out to 10 goals pretty quickly. But I think we've got a second half right in front of us here. Stay tuned right here.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
What makes me me would have to be feel like I've got some unique, funny characteristics.
There's things that you don't even realise are part of your personality. It's your attitude.
My ability to care for other people.
My love for others.
Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Croydon Oval here for the Eastland EFNL match of the day between the Croydon Blues and the Beaconsfield Eagles in Division One. It is Croydon at the half. They lead 6-6-42 to Beaconsfield 2-8-20. So some similar scoring shots there. Beaconsfield really dominated the latter half of that second quarter, but couldn't make it count on the scoreboard. Matthew Fodia here with our bandy riders for today, Blake Tennant and Scott Hardy. Gents, we'll start with you, Scott. You were over the Croydon huddle at quarter time. Do you think after quarter time, Morris D'Alessandro will be as pleased with his side?
Yeah, man. He's probably not happy, but they're still ahead, and that's the most important thing, isn't it? So, look, they'll have a bit to talk about this time. Obviously, at quarter time, they didn't really have much to discuss. They were ticking all the boxes. Unfortunately, from that, then Beaconsfield, like they said, they thought they would come back. They've sort of come back. It's just opportunities that Beaconsfield have missed.
Blake, what about you, mate? Beaconsfield, as you spoke to Mick Foddy at quarter time, it was pretty much just disappointed with everyone. Maybe a few defenders were strong in repelling attacks, but they were just getting walked all over, both inside forward 50 and around the stoppages. The second half, their intensity around the stoppage, and you guys are right down the middle line, you would have heard some of the tackles and so on, they were they were up there. Their pressure was up. They got the ball forward a little bit more, but they're probably just relying too much on Jafar Ocker and Matthew Johnson.
Oh, yeah, for sure. He actually praised Ocker during that quarter time break. He's only the age of 16, so
Not Ocker. No. Delarue, the debutant, is 16. Number 50.
Yeah,
I was going to say Ocker's definitely not 16. He's moving way too well.
Yeah. Anyway, the pressure again, that second quarter, that's what they need to bring, I reckon. After half time, they just need to bring that pressure they did. More tackles, which will probably be needed for them as well. And hopefully more goals, like 2-8 at the moment. That's not pleasing at the moment. You think about that could be, 10 goals and, they could be back in the game. So expecting a big second half for Beaconsfield, that's for sure.
Scott, you're Croydon. Like you said, they're looking about the second half. There'll be something to talk about at least. What are the two areas that you thought or the 2 or 3 areas you thought they really dropped off after the quarter time?
I think it was just probably more so sort of setting up and having those opportunities forward. I think Beaconsfield sort of really jumped on top of them and didn't give them too much room to move. But that being said, I think they get back the centre in control, and then they'll be laughing because their ruck is with Kogo. He's dominating through that ruck, and then he moves forward, and he's doing well there, and he's really testing Smith from Beaconsfield.
Yeah, absolutely. And then in terms of Beaconsfield, Blake, any more changes? Do you think? Personally, I think they need to somehow, when they're coming out of defence, kick-outs are different, but when they get a chance out of it, I think they try. They've got to move quick and they've got to find a way to use the corridor. Maybe they handball more. They're kicking a lot, which plays into the hands of Croydon's back six, who are well set up. They need to handball, get close as they can with handball, and then try to kick over the zone, because Ocker and Johnson have showed that when they get half an inch of space, they're pretty good forwards.
Yeah, of course. He also touched on that it did move a bit of Johnson to the wing a bit, like in the second quarter. But I think, obviously, you touched on about the handballing game. I think they do. Just 1 or 2 handballs, get the game moving, get, maybe through the centre square and, try to create options going forward for Beaconsfield. If they do that, then, the game could be back on their terms, which they want. And obviously, they've travelled a fair way to come here and hopefully, walk away with the 4 points after this.
It'd be a massive win for them if they were able to do it. We'll just go around the grounds now. We'll get your guys' thoughts on those scores that I read out as they come to us. We'll start in Division 4, where Sylvan 10-9-69 lead Kilsyth 4-6-30, and Churnside Park lead Croydon North 8-5-53 to 2-3-15. As you'd expect there, gentlemen.
Yeah, nothing different sort of there. It seems that Croydon North's still battling a little bit, but if they get the win, it'll be a big party in Croydon.
Yeah, well, just north of it. And then we go up to Division 3. Whitehorse have come back in that quarter, 6-3-39 to Fair Park 6-5-41, so the Lions still lead. Coldstream 5-10-40, Scoresby 8-6-54. Dombell inaccurate 3-10-28, leading Glen Waverley 2-4-16. Ferntree Gully 1-6-12, Waverley Blues 3-3-21. Blake, anything of interest there to you?
Yeah, I think the Fair Park game, obviously the Lions have started really well into the game, so I think that's my score of the round, I think, so far.
And then Division 2, obviously South Belgrade and East Burwood's probably just started now, so we won't have many scores there. Baronia 3-5-23, Trail Ringwood 8-7-55. Knox 4-3-27, Trail Heathmont. I've been told the score's 42, so I don't know if it's 7 straight or 6-6. We'll go with 7 straight. And then Oakley District 1-3-9, Trail the Basin 6-12-48. The Ringwood really impressive once again, Scott.
Yeah, they're doing extremely well this season, and I guess you just got to continue that form, don't you? And you expect the results to come your way.
Absolutely. Into Division 1, Wanturna South 6-4-40, lead Bayswater 5-4-34. Mooroolbark, the last score we heard from them in Upper Gully was the Mustangs 7-4-46 to Upper Gully, the 4 behinds. Montrose 6-3-39 to Mitcham 2-7-19. And then obviously Luda and East Ringwood 3-2-20 to the Dales, East Ringwood 6-7-43. Blake, your Montrose, it's a big game for them and they're doing well so far, but Mitcham inaccurate.
Yes, it is. It's a massive game. You think about it. Obviously having some names coming in, well-known names coming back in the squad, which would be really good. But you touched on before that Wanturna South Basie game. That's a really good start. Like for Bayswater to trade.
Well, they've got 2 wins. Yeah. If they get another one here, like you said, that they'll be right amongst it. And then in Premier Division, we've got the full card of scores, and we'll go through them quickly before a break. Park Orchard 6-6-42, Trail Vermont 10-1-61, Doncaster 3-9-27, Trail North Ringwood 6-4-40, Norwood are the same score, they're 6-4-40, big quarter from them. Baldwin 7-7-49, Noble Park 6-6-42, Doncaster East 10-4-64, Blackburn 6-2-38 to Berwick 5-4-34, and Rowville 5-8-38 straight to a straight-kicking South Croydon 7-1-43. All pretty much as expected, Scott. A lot of close games.
Yeah, it'd be interested to see the Park Orchards game against Vermont.
A lot of scoring shots, isn't it, from Park Orchards? They've already killed one giant in bowling. Can they do another?
I think they can bowl. They'll try, but I think the North Ringwood game.
It's a big one.
That's a big for North Ringwood as well. If they
have to get that first win, don't they?
100%.
Absolutely. Well, gents, quick tip before we go.
Beaconsfield, I reckon.
Croydon.
I'm going to stick with my Beaky Eagles. On the other side of this break, Ben Warren Smith, Brett Preston and Wayne Brash will be back with you as we call all the action from Croydon and Beaconsfield.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice-cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Well, it's timing of the essence there by our mate Bruce Prest, affectionately known as Giggles, and we're back for the second half out here at Croydon, where they lead by a comfortable 22 points at half-time. Beaconsfield had a lot of the pain that second term, just couldn't hit the scoreboard. And we'll see what they can bring out in this third term, the new side of the competition, against one of the stalwarts of Division One, a team that really has been knocking on the door for a couple of years now and will no doubt be giving it a fair old tilt, Wayne Brasher, this year. But how do you see the second half panning out?
Well, I think Croydon needs to, if they want to, they need to assert their authority very early in this quarter.
Player holds the ball aloft, siren sounds, and we are off. And it was a good knockdown that time by Jimmy Smith. Kick goes out towards the wing position now. A foot race does ensue. And who's going to be the first player to meet it out there? Well, I think it was Haig, who couldn't quite trap the football. And then a gang tackle by, well, Christie did it all by himself, but Ficcarelli was there just riding shotgun. Umpire said, give it back to me, boys, and we'll have a bounce. Handing it back was Nick McPherson. The player who was brought to ground. Working his way to the front there was Koga, but it wasn't friendly enough for the umpire, so he's given away a free kick. So Smith, the ruckman, just chips it over the top.
Better start. They've already used the corridor. They need to go quick, though. Use the corridor and be quicker. I reckon that's what Mick Fogarty would have wanted to say to them when going forward this half, the Beaconsfield Eagles.
Nice kick by Everett as well, and an equally good mark there by Waziliko. And good jukes as he towards the half-forward line, and they're doing it well here. They're hitting the targets. So Nick McPherson, he's 55 metres out.
Where's my man, Ben?
Where's Ocker? Jaffa Ocker, they kick up to the top of the goal square, but there was nobody home. And it was an easy as you like mark there for Joel Koga, the big ruckman, who just seems to be here, there and everywhere. He's kicked a goal as well, got the short pass on to Mackenzie.
Lynch is free in centre half back.
On the opposite boot, just chipped it over the top.
That's too easy.
It is too easy.
Cutting him up here.
And then kicking to space. Mackenzie gets it back, bangs it on the boot, up towards the half-forward line. Which way will it bounce? It looks like Beaconsfield had the numbers. It was a 2-on-1 situation. So Stoko got the handball away. He's asking for it back. A looping one over the top there to Doherty. Had enough poise to take it, trap it, kick it up towards the Bendigo Bank scoreboard area. Ocker was there, and it's knocked over and out for a boundary throw-in.
Quick, good 2 minutes of football there for us, Brash. So really good from Beaconsfield the way they move the ball themselves, but pretty poor in terms of setting up defensively and just opening up the corridor.
So umpire to throw it back in. Koga got the head out. It's into the clinches. Can they get it away? They almost do. Back into the tight stuff again. And it was Mackenzie trying to rip his opponent's head off there, but in the end the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So boundary. 22-point margin as we go boundary with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Look, we've got Smith just limping off the field. Mick Fogarty's had a chat to him on the bench and just been given the thumbs up. So he's up and about now, but still limping, so I'll keep an eye on him.
Thanks, Blake. As we have the umpire throwing it aloft once again. Up they go. Koga gets the head out, and they go forward. Long kick inside 50, or towards the inside 50 line, but it's miscued, and it's gone out of bounds over on the forward pocket side, far side of the ground. So not a lot happening in the start of this third quarter. Beaconsfield need to start to get some scoreboard pressure. Koga again. Won by Beaconsfield, though. Nice little handball out to Doherty as they wheel around and they get it inside 50. Now, this is the mark they need, but there's only Croydon players back there trying to get a bit of pressure on with Johnson, but they've managed to extricate themselves. It's a sort of a sloppy handball, but they'll do okay for the moment. Diving in it there, we're trying to, was Doherty as they just get it forward. It's really untidy stuff, and on the ground there, diving on it, one of the Beaconsfield players.
Since quarter time, Brash,
McMillan.
The Beaconsfield have been really a lot better opportunities. They're probably starting to get on top, and that's something that Morris will be pretty disappointed with, given that Koga's dominance.
So Koga uncontested head out that time. Falls for Croydon again. Quick handball, and they're off to races, as BWS would say. The kick inside 50, but that's almost marked there by Bowd, but he ran past it.
Oh, well
but
done.
they'll get another opportunity to get themselves out of this. Bowd again did really well, made the initial mistake,
Downfield.
but he extricated himself again, and downfield we go. Boundary for the Beaconsfield free kickers.
That's a massive piece of play from the club captain there, Brash, because a goal there really deflates them, doesn't it?
It does.
So let's head down to the boundary, where I think Scott Hardy might be down there.
Yeah, boys, we had Smith limp off before, but he's come back onto the park. Just keep an eye on him. He's still running a little bit proppy, but yeah, back on.
Good stuff there by Scott. Scott the first time as well. At Besto, they're too new and nice to tell you you're wrong, so I'll do it for them as it goes up towards the wing position.
You're not new nor nice, are you, Ben?
I totally missed that, Bosh.
Blake was Scott was before, and you called him Blake.
Right, sorry.
The short kick inside forward.
I'm getting used to the voices.
Smith, Stoko, top of the goal square, getting back Carter, got one ping on it, but it didn't matter because Brow was there, front and centre, and puts it through the middle. They've been hanging for that goal to go through. We all have. And they get first blood here in the second half. The Beaconsfield Eagles, 3-8-26 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They're inching closer within 3 goals now.
First mistake there by the Croydon defence. No talk there when they cut across each other there, Matty.
Yeah, and that's just a cardinal sin, isn't it, Brash? That's things that everyone will know from under 12s up. But what I've liked about Beaconsfield is in this second half already, using the corridor, going quicker, but also not just kicking long all the time. That's what Croydon want. They've got great back six. Fraser Smith's probably been one of their best on ground. Smith's been good down there as well. Keep it low, chip it around. They've used the width of the ground already, and they've created 2 opportunities and finally kicked one as well.
They also need to use their run. They've obviously got runners. They need to use it.
Yeah, use the width. I don't know. They play on a massive ground themselves. I don't know why they're so hell-bent on just bombing it long.
You can get another quick one. I tell you, a bit of confidence.
So they get it forward, Croydon. They need another one quickly, though. Beaconsfield just to get themselves back in it. Socket off the ground there by Casey out towards the boundary. They managed to retain it for the moment. Slapped away there towards the boundary line. Ficarelli's over there, but he can't get to it. And they've got it Croydon. They go inboard.
Here we go.
And that's the bit of a sloppy old
They're
kick.
out.
And they've got a chance here. Now they can go.
Going to make them pay
In the hands
for
of
it.
McMillan. McMillan, they get it forward. Now out towards the boundary. Oh, beautiful mark taken over there by Johnson.
No,
In fact, no, he didn't.
He's been great since he's been moved forward, hasn't he, Brash?
He's provided an option up there for him.
He's got a great leap as well, doesn't he?
So I thought the umpire was going to pay it for
kick.
a moment, but it's a good kick. And Ocker's dropped an absolute soda over there. He goes and gets it on the second ago. And he's had
Good recovery.
He's had about
Here we
4
go.
goes and it wheels around onto the right foot. This would be a goal of the year if he kicks it. But unfortunately, he can't
Do you
do
reckon
so.
that's how he drew that up in his mind, Besto?
But not to be.
He was just hoping for it when you bet.
Kicks up towards the player out there in Constantino. Been relatively quiet today as the kick goes by Hocto, who had a brilliant
Well done.
first term inside. But that man Bowd has taken a mark again.
He's played well all game.
Absolutely one of their best players. And I tell you what, for not the biggest player, he has got some purchase on that left boot of his.
He's a beautiful kick.
He is indeed. As the kick goes up towards the half-forward line, that was a scrappy one, though, but the General Carter picked it up and eventually in the arms of Ficarelli.
Free
There's
kick.
a whistle off the play here. So
Beaconsfield, wait.
we'll go to Beaky. Trent Stokey.
They're
getting under their skin.
I thought it was. Oh, no, it's
Yeah.
against Beaky. That's really annoying, that yellow card there going the way of Joshua Smith, because he's their one bloke over 6'3". So I don't know who's going to ruck. Watch Joel Koga tear it up for the next 10 minutes.
Certainly, he mustn't have agreed with the umpire who he was standing right next to when he got that yellow card.
I think the umpire's Steve White, and he's I'm sure he was a cop by trade. So just carrying on his. I'm not sure. That could be. Don't take me to court on that, but I'm pretty sure.
Probably dissent.
What's that supposed to mean anyway?
Well, he's just very officious.
Boundary.
We're going to have boundary side to Scott Hardy.
Yeah, Smith hasn't had a good sort of 10 minutes, but yeah, basically he's then the reason for the yellow card is he's given him a punch to the Kogo, a punch to the guts, and he's gone from there.
Great work down to the boundary there, Scott. Eagle-eyed.
Very good as the kick now by the big ruckman Koga goes up towards the half-forward line, getting a bite on it. That time there was Bowd, who was brought to ground in a strong tackle there by Corey McKenzie.
No, but
he
he earned that. He really did earn that
and
free
25
kick.
to boot as
It's a
well.
bit of
and he's
heat in this
taking
one.
off. I tell you,
He can kick a long way.
Is that allowed?
Yeah, you can. Absolutely can. It's
Ahead of the umpire?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, if you're quicker than him.
Yeah, no, I like it. Generally, they
I think it
call
just
back.
becomes play on as soon as you pass that mark.
Yeah, I like it. As it comes up now, Carter. He's been good, Carter. Got the handball backwards to Smith. Backwards to go forwards. They'll go across now.
The candy shop is open.
The candy shop is open indeed. Picarelli, he's on the wing position. Crowd favourite as he comes up towards the half-forward line out in front. He's Dodd, swings around now on that unorthodox right boot, which was perfect, and it went straight down the throat of Bailey Hoctor, who can definitely kick this distance range. Instead, he's going to kick it to the hot spot. And why wouldn't you go to LeBreton direction, who's not happy? Clark equally as well, going, look at me, all alone, 25 out directly in front. And a chance now for the Eagles to repel, Besto.
And did they do the kick nicely marked across on the far side by Everett.
Corridor.
He's not been a bad player for them today. The kick to Ocker takes the mark. Ocker, he really is their X factor, isn't he? As he goes forward, needs to be there to take the kick, but he can't be in two places at once as the ball bounces away. And
Mortimer, fair old fist.
They're using the corridor beautifully this quarter. Brash. Everett been really impressive. He's from the Wodonga Raiders. He's settled in nicely to Beaconsfield, but use the corridor. Great kick to Ocker. They look much better when they use the corridor.
Yeah, and they're running. They're using their
Leg
run.
speed, yeah.
so finally the ball gets thrown in. 16-point margin. They're close enough if they're good enough, Beaconsfield. They've had a lot of endeavour, and they have worked their way back into this, but they need a couple of goals.
Well, Croydon have only kicked one goal since about, the 20-minute mark of the first quarter.
So up it goes again. Up they fly. It might have been Koga with that one, but it comes out for Croydon. It's out towards this far side. There'll be screams for... No, it didn't go out of bounds. I was going to say there'll be screams for deliberate if it did. Nice pick up over there and the little handball down the line, but it goes out of bounds. was Triffett was the man getting the handball in, but unfortunately couldn't keep it in the field of play. And it's out over there on the far side. So 42 plays 26, and we're 10 minutes into the third term.
Now it's just turned into a bit of a dour struggle, hasn't it?
Which I don't think Beaconsfield will mind that, because when it's open, Croydon's height's just superior.
Wazilko goes up, and it's going to be a free kick to Ocker just inside the arc. I think the whole crowd screaming for Beaconsfield to get the next one or two. It hasn't been the most exhilarating of games, but a close finish is what it could end up being out here at Croydon, especially if this kick goes through. It's had a good game.
You can see this guy, he's going to get a cult following in the comp, isn't he?
He's skillful, isn't he, Brash? We like X Factor.
We do.
He pops it up. Probably a good percentage kick there. Who's going to be front and centre? Big fly by Fraser Smith over the back to make sure that it went through for that minor score. Good throw by old mate over the fence. Well done. It's Mortimer, the only man wearing long sleeves. And that's surely going to get a few comments out on the ground today, no doubt, as he takes off. Plays it to the far side. Beautiful looking kick out towards Clark, who looked like he was being held. Dodd was there to mop it up. The big man did the roving then. Kicks it up towards a half forward line. He pops it up. Koga got the timely fist on it. Hits the deck. Stanton was in there. Croydon, they have the numbers swooped upon and kicking goalward. It might actually squeeze all the way back here. That's a magnificent goal. And the great kick there by Corey McKenzie for his first of the afternoon. And Croydon finally get the major they were after.
That hurts you, though. Beaconsfield have had majority of the play in this third quarter. Croydon have probably only had 2 or 3 inside 50s, and they go in on this occasion and score a goal. That hurts you.
Yeah, and a really good goal. He's I reckon that's probably, first, second touch for Corey McKenzie, and he's produced that. That's, against the run of play and very skillful, considering, as you mentioned, Beaconsfield kicked 9 behinds. As it looks like Matt McKenzie, of course, he has the tats on one leg and he's covering up that mud on the other leg with a bit of compression. Just to score around the ground, Montrose 46 lead Mitcham 39 in a big Division 2 game.
So I'm putting I'm putting that Corey McKenzie goal down as a contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day.
Absolutely.
I think it's probably worthy. And now it's a free kick to Sam McKinder, and he goes into the pocket. Nicely done.
Well, this would be a fast reply, wouldn't it, Brash? And the game's starting to open up, which is good for us, the neutral. But also, I think, it's a way for Beaconsfield. I think they need to have scoring power, and they're using the pockets. They're using more players than just Ocker and Johnson.
So it's Tyler Stoker who's going to go back and have this shot. Looks like he might be a right footer. So how's he going to kick?
Difficult spot for a right footer in this pocket.
He's going to have to kick the banana maybe. Let's watch and see. Here he comes. It's on its way. You expect it'll go across the face, and that's exactly what happens. It was Ocker who tried to knock it through, and in the end, it's still on the ground. Well and truly tied up in there, and we'll have a ball up just about in the goal square. So good position, but they need to win this clearance.
The only guy I reckon I've seen in 4 years kick a goal from there is Jared Clark.
Up they go.
Could have asked him for advice.
Dodd got the hit out towards the boundary, and that'll be a free kick. Is that...
no, it was out of bounds again.
Out of bounds again, so Dodd it was who went after his own tap.
Just seem to see how Beaky set up behind the ball. Their spare man, he's moving back now. He was awfully close to that stoppage, and we've seen today that the ball's travelling a fair way. I'd like to see him sit a bit further back there.
Boundary umpire hasn't missed a beat, and his throw-ins are spot on.
That's
as well.
Ball. That has to be ball. Beautiful tackle there. That's Damian Johnson. Chase down Billy Dixon. You can watch on the replay here, Besto, but beautiful tackle and hopefully kick Beaky's fourth.
So, big moment this. You can see it was a great tackle, wasn't it? Absolutely worthy of the free kick.
Their tackle pressure's been up after quarter time as well, Brash.
They have. They've responded to Mick's. I bet you gave him a spray.
Yeah, he's got a couple of those.
Johnston on its way towards goal. I think he's got it. He has. And I tell you what, he's been one of their best players. And 2 magnificent kick. And they continue to come. Beaconsfield, they've got it back to a 15-point margin. It's Croydon 7-6-48 playing 4-9-33 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
He was one of the players that Mick Fogarty talked about in the pro-match, Damian Johnson. He said he was a really hard nut, bit of a heart.
He had 11 tackles of his own last week against Montrose, and as we've seen, he's pretty good at it.
Heart and soul type player of the club, gives everything.
Update again from Montrose. Mitcham have hit the front. They're up 50-47. So interesting game going on the other side of the mountain there, Brush.
It is, and the fact that it was exactly the same type of contest for Montrose last week as well.
Pye throws it up, goes out. Can Croydon get the answer to the answer? And then we'll have a free kick going the way of Beaconsfield here in Devon Smith. So another chance to go forward. So one of the familiar hairstyles of this side. The neat dazzer as it goes inside forward 50. Mortimer in the back spot. The little handball couldn't quite hit the target. Hochter's there to mop up for the Blues, and he kicks it along the wing position. It was a good kick too because it hit his target there in Jake Christie. And the fancy red boots on the right boot goes up towards Constantino, who's out in front and takes it unattended. Going to wind up now. They're 2 kicks from home, Croydon, as the kick goes inside forward 50 or thereabouts, but it's the Eagles who have the numbers at the back, and the kick goes up towards the wing position. A 2-on-1 situation. Christie showed a lot of courage going back into that pack there. It hits the deck. Constantino's wrapped up. We'll have the ball up.
Well done there, Johnson. 2-on-1, possibly 3-on-1. Really good, hard work to force a stoppage there.
And in terms of that tackle pressure that I mentioned, like I said on pre-game, and Mick mentioned, it was massive against Montrose, where they had 111 tackles in a win. That after quarter time, they'll be looking to match that number, and they're well on track, and the scoreboard shows it.
Well, they've certainly got themselves back into this game, and we might get the angry eyes of Morris at three-quarter time.
In a bright white jumper, which I really like. Just a point of difference amongst the sea of blue.
I like it too.
Gee, I needed my sunglasses when he walked up. It was like...
You're always wearing them though, Brash, as a man of
cool. I know.
It'd be a Nappy Sam Plus challenge every week, wouldn't it?
He wouldn't be drinking the Ken Hinkley Coke Zeros up there. No, you're right.
Or a bit of Sard's Wonder Soap.
Pye throws it up now.
No hot dogs with tomato sauce at half time.
I was about to say, we were circling back to that soap chat we had all the way back in round one.
So, no, did you get hot dogs, did you?
No, but back to the football. We can't have these tangents happening again.
Mackenzie got it to Hochter. Swings it around up towards the half-forward line, and it's knocked over. Back to the hot dogs.
Yeah,
Geez, what a filthy look I got. Did you get hot dogs, did you?
No, I just wanted to see if there was about the sauce factor, because there wasn't any sauce for the other stuff.
Oh, no, but he had a white jumper
carried on
so
when he didn't get a party pot.
Here we go. As it's picked up by Hochter, got the handball back. It's just, there's so many players that are chasing every bit of play here. It's a dour struggle. You're right, Brash. It's...
Well done, Brash. You're telepathic with BWS.
Switching the play. That's not a great kick, but it's going to be downfield.
See, this is a game like this up at Maroondah when we covered Croydon last year. They started well. It was discipline in the third quarter that cost them.
Kick goes inside forward 50. Mortimer at the back. Here's Ocker. Came out. Will go after it again. Got the handball out. The kick forward by McPherson goes all the way. McPherson! You little beauty! It didn't hit the post.
No way.
It did not hit the post.
Look at the ball behind the goals. He's lost it.
It did not hit the post.
Oh, no.
That's a goal.
It is.
No, it hit the post.
Oh,
it's hit the padding. The fella behind the goals has lost half his Carlton. He's absolutely loving it.
Show it again, Lee.
The defender had to
scrape the post. Yeah, I've never seen this before. We're now putting the post back on mid-game. Half a Lee Matthews there from Jake Christie.
Talk about a he-man.
Look at this nuts. I reckon it scraped it. Yeah,
definitely
scraped it. Look at the fella behind the sticks. He's paid, what, $7 for that stubby? And it's gone.
It's a goal, you Oh, no. That's a point. You're joking me.
So let's get back to the football as we've gone from end to end while all that's been going on. And Beaconsfield will bring it across halfback. I'm sure it did actually flick the post, though, but never mind. We'll carry on. It's Bowed with the ball now. Runs out towards the open side. Kicks towards the halfback flank. Gets away from everybody. Chasing it is Clark. Gets there, but he's going to struggle to get this out. Constantino was there trying to give him the hand.
Well done, Stanton.
Beautifully done. That's Smith is off, but he's been taken. That was high, surely.
Tanastan's been good, isn't he, Brash? He's undersized at full back, and he's provided there a little bit of run and carry, and great 1%er to keep that ball in play.
I don't know what advantage is if a player who gets a free kick keeps running with the football and it can't have advantage.
That was ridiculous. He got taken high and he went to play on, and the umpires brought it back. That was definitely a case for advantage to be played. Smith will be filthy. Sells a bit of candy. Now he gets the right foot kick into the beautiful mark coming over the top there. Is that Koga again? The big man.
The most annoying part about that lack of advantage as well, BWS, is Koga's not down the line when they've got advantage. as you mentioned there, they stop the play. The big fella can get down there and stop any chance.
So Koga hits his target and Carter goes inside. Just little moments like that can really break your momentum and all that hard work. It's Haig now. Goes back, just chipping it out towards the back pocket. The sun's shining now. We've had a bit of an overcast afternoon, but the sun is out as the ball goes down the line. Trying to hit a target, but up they fly, and it's been won there nicely by Beaconsfield. Huge tackle. A little knockout there by McKinder, and they try and get their hands on it. That's Delarue. Haven't called his name too much today as the ball goes down the line. Trying to get back there and doing well is Mortimer. Now, just trying to work it out. Croydon up the line, whistle. What's this one for?
Downfield.
Had a few downfields today.
In terms of Delarue, he's been impressive for a 16-year-old. Straight into the kitchen, done really well. Murabak as well around the grounds quickly. 10-9-69 lead, Upper Gully 1-4-10.
So McKenzie wants to switch the play here. He needed a favourable bounce. He had Fraser Smith out there who just trapped it, kicked it up the line there to his fellow backman in Jimmy Smith, who finds Ficcarelli across half forward.
Isn't that Lemon Chicken, number 69?
Short pass inside
from the Chinese shop. Seinfeld.
No one's wearing 69.
No, you said Muralbach, 10-9-69.
Well, it was 3 minutes later.
That's right. I wouldn't think of lemon chicken personally when I think of 69. But anyway.
Speaking of around the grounds, Coldstream have hit the front, 8-11-59 to 8-6-54. Waverley Blues 5-4-34, Furniture Gully 3-7-25, and Whitehorse 7-7-49 to Fair Park 6-6-42.
Ocker, short pass to McPherson.
Seinfeld, 69.
Back to...
I know the episode you're talking about.
So time foul 4 as it comes out into the territory of Johnston, and then a swing around the body and one behind. I'm still filthy on that goal.
Well, as much as that bloke in the flanny, he's going to have to walk around and get that second stubby. But Beaconsfield, again, like the second quarter, Brash, they're all over Croydon, but they just don't hurt them on the scoreboard. Croydon, like I said, after quarter time, they've only kicked, I think they've kicked 2 goals, 2 or something like that. Like in Beaconsfield have had about 12 scoring shots.
It's 13 points as the margin, and they've coughed it up again here. McKinder swings back in. Here's Everett.
Boundary.
He was a bit indecisive. We'll go down boundary shortly as the ball goes inside forward 50. Ocker was taken out of the contest then. It goes out the back and he got to boot the ball! He got boot the ball and kicked goal today! You little beauty. I got it in.
And you got the name right.
5-11. Oh, is that right how it is? 5-11-41 to 7-6-48.
And that bloke's lost the rest of his stubby. He's been best on that bloke behind the goal.
Well, actually, it's Beaconsfield have kicked. It's 4-9 to 2-4
since quarter time.
Yeah, so I mean, Beaconsfield have got themselves right back in the contest, and seriously, on the back of their experienced guys, led by Jake Bowd and Damian
Johnson.
Declan
Everett's been good too, and Tanner Stanton.
Yeah,
they're on top here.
They're all over him. You're right. They're 7 points difference. They should be in front. 16 scoring shots to 13. They should be in front.
So they're coming like a freight train, Beaconsfield, as the ball goes up, knocked out. Ficcarelli manages to take a bit of a hack kick forward, manages to get it forward, but it's been cut off over there by McMillan, who sends it forward, and he'll hit a target as well. Wheeling around is Johnson. He's been very good. Beautiful kick. Picks out Wilson, and he hands it off, and this should be a goal. You'd think. I think he's missed it.
That's a training
and
goal.
I hate to be biased or nepotistic, but he had Ocker over the top for a handball running an open goal. He's burnt him there.
Yes.
Huge opportunity.
But great ball movement.
It was. So Tyler Stoko, he won't be the coach's favourite at the moment as the ball comes back into play. Kick out towards half-back. And up they fly. No mark taken. Ball on the ground. Came out, though. And it's going to be wrapped up well and truly in there, and we'll have a ball up. So
I don't want to mention Lemon Chicken again, but 3/4 time at One Turner South, they are 10-9-69, Brash. Bayswater 7-4-46. But I think there's a bit of a wind going to that end, so Baysy's still well in that one.
So hack forward inside 50. That could almost be a free kick. The Beaconsfield player looked to be interfered with. It was Mortimer who got his hands around, but the umpire says nothing to see.
The other thing that Beaconsfield have done is they've taken Koga out of the game.
Yeah, given that Smith's off with the yellow card, I thought he'd have a dominant period, but you're right.
And Koga's been forced to go into the back 50 where he's not being as nearwood damaging as he would be in centre and forward 50.
Absolutely.
So Dodd doing the rucking, managed to get it out that time, but it's been hacked away downfield. It's only going to come back, though, you would think, but a bit of an unfortunate bounce. And
Well done, Stanton
they're
again.
off there. Nicely worked there. That's Triffett. Triffett gets it out wide. Mark not taken. Nicely played there by Christie it was. Over on the far side, is that a push?
Beaky players have got to work hard now.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a stoppage. Get back in defensive 50.
Well done by Christie. He's having a good game as the kick goes over the top. Ficcarelli also having a good game for Croydon. Working hard.
Smith's the ruckman. He's 40 metres out from goal. You're the tallest bloke in the Beaky team. Get where the ball's going to go.
Can't half tell who Matt's going for as Ficcarelli goes inside forward 50. The big fly by Dondon takes it on the third bite. The umpire said no.
Come on, umpire.
And he's quickly wrapped up, and we will have a ball up from 40 metres out, almost directly in front. 26 minutes about to tick over here in the third term. Rucks go at it. Came out, quick kick out of that danger zone by Beaconsfield. They'll be happy just to see this go out right near the cricket nets out there. Is kept alive. He's Christie, broke the tackle. Well done. Got it to these ruckmen there in Koga who linked up well. Now they go inside 450. Can they take a mark there? Britain was in there at the fall of the ball. Clark takes a strong tackle. Was it crude? It looked it, but the umpire said it was okay.
I've seen them paid dangerous. It's a good tackle. But
Trent Stoko just bounced up like it was nothing as well. Tough as nails as the umpire throws it up now. And charging through is Clark. Couldn't get boot to ball. Mackenzie's in there as well.
Boundary.
And we'll have a ball up as we cross down boundary side to Scott.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Just an update. Johnson came off the field about probably 10 minutes ago and hasn't come back on. He's just complaining to the trainer of jaw soreness. Be interested to see if he comes back on and will put after the three-quarter time.
Jaw soreness. Just a score from Domini. Park Orchards 8-8-56. Vermont 11-1-67.
Did it for you, Brash. As it goes up to the wing position, is there a moment in time for them to get one last throw at a score here? No, Haig hits the deck as the siren sounds to announce three-quarter time. And what a game we have on here. As we thought that at quarter time it could blow out to a very hefty margin, but slowly but surely Beaconsfield have clawed their way back at three-quarter time. It is 7-6-48 to 5-12-42. Brett Beston, take us through the major goal kickers.
Major goal kickers in the game so far. Ocker has a couple for the Beaconsfield side. And looking over on the Croydon side, Broussard's got two. And the other multiple goal kicker is Britton, who also has two.
Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today on the SEN app, Eastern FM 98.1, Facebook and YouTube. 3 down, 1 to go. We'll be back right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
What makes me would have to be, feel like I've got some unique, funny characteristics.
There's things that you don't even realise are part of your personality. It's your attitude.
My ability to care for other people.
My love for others.
Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Croydon Oval as we get set for the start of the fourth quarter. And I don't reckon we would have probably thought we'd be saying this going into quarter four, but this match really, at half-time anyway, this match is on the line. 7-6-48 plays at 5-2-42, and Brash, Beaconsfield have come right back into this.
Yeah, they have, and all because of the experience led by Jake Bow and heart and soul player Damian Johnson. Declan Everett was starting to take control and winning 50-50 contests, and also Tanner Stanton off that half-back line. A couple of crucial one-percenters in that third quarter stopped any momentum that Croydon had going into their forward 50. The danger man, Jafar Akoka, I tell you what, this guy's an enigma because I don't know. He's a hard matchup, and you don't know who you're going to put on him because he's just so unpredictable. And Beaconsfield are right up in this game at this very moment in time.
It's time to pop over into the Score Centre because there's plenty of other footy going on around the traps today, and there'll be a few interested pundits listening that want to know the results, or the scores at least, from the other side. Matt Fodio.
Yeah, let's go. The scores that we've got coming in. So Vermont Park Orchards 9-8-62, Vermont 11-1-67. So really on the balance of play, you'd suggest Park Orchards should be in front. The only other updated score after half-time at the moment is Baldwin 69 leading Norwood 54. In Division 1, Montrose 8-7-55 lead Mitcham 7-9-51, and as I mentioned before, Wanturna South lead by 23 points, 69-46. In Division over Bayswater, in Division 3, Coldstream 9-12-66, Scoresby 8-7-55. So the Cougars looking to cement themselves in the top four.
Boundary.
Furniture Gully 3-8-26, Wavy Blues 6-4-40, and Churnside Park lead by 23 points over Croydon North. As we go down to Scott Hardy.
Yeah, thanks, boys. We've got Morris with us from Croydon. Would you speak to the boys about it three-quarter time there?
They just have to lift their work rate. I think we got outrun in the midfield, and the boys weren't working hard enough, so we just got to lift their game in that area. And
do you think going forward, Beaconsfield will apply pressure this time, or you've spoken to the boys about applying more pressure?
Yeah, they've lifted a little bit, so they're playing some really good footy. So we've got to respect that, and we've got to work harder this quarter.
Thanks very much.
Just some more scores as well. The Basin 8-14-62 lead Oakley District 2-7-19. And Donvale 6-14-50 lead Glen Waverley 2-6-18 in Division 3.
Thank you, Matt. So players starting to, or at least the spectators starting to come off the ground as we get set for a start in the final term. And, it's a goal the difference. And Beaconsfield gave it their all in that quarter, Brash. Where do you see it going from here?
Well, these games are really funny, Brett, because sometimes when a side's been behind all day and then all of a sudden they get a sniff, and sometimes when they hit the front, it can either go one or two ways. Sometimes they can actually run away with the game.
Their gas sort of stuff, yeah.
I think I heard a boundary, so let's get into Blake Tennant, who's down on the boundary.
Yeah, just went down to Mick Fogarty down at his address. He said two things. He says he wants the forwards to be more attacking. Obviously, they're down by a goal. And also, he wants the Bucks to fight like crazy. That was his key quote there. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Blake, as we get underway in the final quarter, and he's been Warren Smith.
As the 2-14s go at it there, Johnston and Lynch give each other a hug and then ball back to the umpire.
Blackburn lead 10-5-65 to Berwick, 8-5-53, and it's
at home?
heating up.
At home?
At Blackburn, they won last week at home as well. They've turned the curse. And then Doncaster 4-15-39, trail North England 6-6-42 as the Saints look for their first win.
Bully Dooley.
4-15.
Comes out now, picked up there by Merrick. Haven't heard his name too many times today. Slammed it down the throat there of Sparks, another player who we haven't heard too much of. The kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Held up a little bit there. Second bite mark has been taken there by Merrick, so he'll have a couple of kicks in a matter of moments.
Play the hunt. Yes, that's better.
Spearing kick down the wing and a great mark by Jimmy Smith.
I believe Doncaster East are up comfortably over Noble Park. The score I was just shown there was Doncaster East 97 to Noble Park 53, but don't quote me on it.
Spearing pass in and mark taken by Brassard, who kicked 2 early goals, and a timely one this would be for number 3.
I think they actually need a goal here, Croydon, just to settle the nerves a little bit, because Beaconsfield have thrown everything at them in the last 2 quarters.
Well, in a tight game, every side needs a goal. And now it is Brassard, who just leans over a gun barrel straight over the goal umpire's head straight. And he gives a 2-finger salute, and you can hear the faithful going, oh, thank God for that, as it goes through. It's 8-6-54. Some breathing space here, 5-12-42.
He's the complete opposite of the Beaconsfield forward line. He's only had about 4 kicks, Troy Broussard, and he's kicked 3 goals, Brash. But he's the kind of player that good sides have. Minimal touches, but big impact.
Yep.
Class.
And that's the thing. If you've got one of them players, it doesn't matter how the game is, if they can turn a game in 10 minutes.
So some breathing space for Croydon. Beaconsfield would have loved the first goal, but they're still only 12 points behind, so don't shut the gate just yet. Kroger gets the tap down. He's gone out of the game a little bit.
What's going on here? Okay.
Recent times, it's a free kick, though, going the way of Croydon.
Speaking of gates, this ground is Fort Knox as well. You cannot get in without paying.
I don't know. Well, we don't have to pay, Ben, so you should be fine.
Goes to half forward. The ball knocked away out towards the boundary. I don't know where you. Now it's over there on the far side. Carter did well, but I think he's probably run out of bounds.
Heathmont lead at 9-10-64 to Knox 6-5-41. Much needed victory on the cards for the Jets.
Can get into Heathmont easy.
Yeah. Yeah, just cross the railway tracks there laughing.
So ball comes in. Nice hit out there by Smith it was. He hasn't added to his 8 goals for the season today.
Things are closing up at Kimberley Reserve. 7-15-57 Churnside. Croydon North 6-4-40 looking for their second giant killing in 2 weeks.
7-15.
Oh, jeez.
I can't believe Doncaster 4-15.
So a long kick up the line. Mark not quite taken there, but it's still in there. It was Aliko who went after the ball. Bouncing around, it was McPherson chasing. He's been taken possession over there as Britton, but he's wrapped up solidly. And we'll have a ball up. In fact, it wasn't Britton, I think it was Lynch. So up it goes. One out of the hit out by Smith. This is a very untidy piece of play. This is about the 4th.
It was like slow motion.
I don't think we've moved off the spot for about the last 2 minutes.
Confirmation of that Noble Park score, 7-9-51 the Bulls. Doncaster East 15-7-97. They're putting a big score past the best defence in the competition, Doncaster East.
So
give us a challenge.
My co-commentator looking very happy.
That rating of mine starting to look pretty good.
It is looking pretty good. And also it just makes that Vermont win from earlier on look really good in round 1.
Daylight robbery.
Yes. Ronald Biggs would be proud of it.
Ronald,
hey?
Was that another reference for the younger listeners, bro?
Yes.
When was he around the 20s, wasn't he, or 30s or something?
The Great Train Robbery.
That's it. As it comes out. His kick was smothered that time on Johnston, and over the boundary line it goes.
He ended up being a celebrity, old Ronnie Biggs.
Yeah.
Everyone wanted...
I was going to say,
well, you're still talking about
him. Ronnie.
As we go boundary side down to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just got some injury news for Beaconsfield. Number 5, Declan Everett. It looks like he's done his ankle, but the trainer will have a look at that. And, I'll get back to you guys shortly.
Great stuff there as the kick goes in towards the middle of the ground. A good mark taken by Sparks.
That's
Can he
a loss.
create some? He takes off now. He kicks it in towards the Clark direction, who used his body magnificently. And as Brash would say, this is his side of the ground to go back and put the ball straight through the big sticks.
Yep. Once again, when you need a player with experience at a crucial time in the game, this is the go-to man, Jared Clark.
The opening 5 minutes this quarter were always going to be crucial, and the big players have stood up, and also their work rate, as Morris alluded to.
Well, he's kicked a million of these at training over the years. He comes in now and he kicks it out of bounds on the full.
Nearly.
No,
He
has. It's missed everything.
It hit the post.
Talk about giving a guy a rap.
So it's Bowd. Short passes on.
They could have nearly iced that game then with that goal.
Pretty much, given Beaconsfield's inaccuracy. Beaconsfield won't like the fact that they're being forced to go long again. Another intercept mark this time from Mortimer. In the third quarter, they're able to lower the eyes and find hit-up leads. When they're bombing long, Croydon are all over them.
So Dodd had one go at it, goes after it again. Kick out of the danger zones. Goes up towards the wing position where Mortimer once again read the ball the best. Took the mark, squeezed a kick into the middle. Here's Carter, flicks it over the top. This is good. Lynch just couldn't get... he somehow got boot to ball there, and that was pretty clever at the end of the day. Constantino overran the pill, going in Carter as well, and the umpire will say, give it to me. Josh Jones is in there, goal contender for one of the best goals of the day.
We've had plenty of clippable moments today, haven't we, Besto?
I reckon that was a drop kick.
He dropped.
That was amazing. Hockter, since Besto gave him a rap in the first term, he's hardly touched it. Is it on the left boot now, down the wing?
Thank you, Nostradamus.
To Fraser Smith. Definitely one of Croydon's best today. Gets to the handball off, and inside it's Tommy Knox. And now it's Clark who kicked it out of bounds on the full on the other side from this side of the ground, Brash. So you're right on the money, as it'll be brought back in by Jake Bowd, who is right in the votes today.
What was that, Brash? You just...
I was starting to cramp up.
It's been a long, hot day, has it?
So long kick out. High fly there. But that's going to be a free kick for an unrealistic jump. It's a bit of a strange run. Let's watch the replay if we can see it. No, we're not going to watch the replay. So it's in the hands now of Koga, but whistle's gone, and this will be downfield. Crowd starting to get a little bit boisterous as Koga just wanders forward. He's in no hurry to take this. So next guy you would think is pretty crucial because the margin...
What was the 25 for?
Maybe he got close to the man on the mark, didn't he?
Maybe. So it's still a long kick. He's still going to be probably outside 50 or just on 50 when he kicks
Mackenzie's by himself, yeah.
Does he take the shot or does he try and give it off? Is he aware of who's in front of him? He's going to line them up himself, Koga. Here he comes, the left foot. It's on its way. Beautiful kick. No, it's not. It's just going to come up. No, it's been touched. It did go through, but the umpire said no, there was hands.
He refuses to give a goal.
And he's waves the flag, looking like he's out at the airport waving one of the planes in. 55-42, 8-7, 55 to 5-12-42.
Kick is monstrous in the middle, and Mark's been taken as
quick.
well.
So too slow again.
Well, they hadn't had players forward. You guys have talked about that. So as it comes out now, McKinder takes the mark. You wait for some more options to present themselves as the kick goes up towards centre half forward. Mark's taken by Stoko of the Tyler variety.
Done some nice things.
They hit the targets. It all works. Goes towards Oka, who was at the back. They got the numbers front and centre. Here's Delarue, who squeezed a kick up towards the top of the goal square. Getting a timely knock on it there was Thomas Knox over the boundary line and out of bounds. Tommy Knox apparently doesn't wear a jumper to training ever. Always shirts off, no matter if it's even 4 degrees, I've been told.
Mulgrave up by 38 points over Templestowe at three-quarter time.
Reminds me of a certain player out at Donny East.
Rami.
Hello, Rami.
He didn't wear him in the game.
Ficcarelli. Driving kick out. As now it is Bowd. They get up today. He's getting my 3 votes. Inside forward 50. Ocker's there. Big fist away that time by Carter. That was good. And now they can go down the guts, the Blues. The kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Constantino's there, but nobody's there. But Dodd, the big man's running on. Oh, he made good space here, and he's going to play on. And just exactly like James Manson. I'm telling you, he is him. And Josh Jones, his kick was smothered. He'll go after it again. No. Beautifully done there by Ocker. It came out now. Oh, what's Carter was running off with it, and they paid a free kick again.
Mick Fogarty told his team, the defenders, to fight like hell, Brash. I don't know. That's the biggest example of fighting like hell from Jake Bowd. And then I don't know who came with the follow-up smother, and they'll be very disappointed with the fact that they've turned it over immediately.
Oh, no.
You can't kick a goal from this side anyway, so it's okay. Constantino.
You're going reverse Moz there?
It's really hard. It can't be done. I'm just saying.
This will be goal of the day if he gets it.
Got an update from Rowville. The Dogs 13-3-81 lead Rowville 11-11-77.
Lord Nelson.
Lord Nelson.
As Constantino comes in to bring the house down, but it won't. Goes all the way to the goal line.
Oh, the post copped it again.
Put some tape on it.
It is like, I don't know.
That looks like BWS at the end of a long night.
I think I hope everyone noticed that I've been drinking hot chocolate today. Oh, how the times have changed.
I tell you what, he makes a mean hot chocolate too. It's real nice.
That goal umpire needs to get paid double. He's doing 2 jobs at once.
He needs to just stand there and hold the thing on.
I tell you what, we got David. We got so many MPs around this ground in pictures of them. How about they get ground some more padding?
So the kick straight down the middle of the ground, and here's Beaconsfield now, getting it out wide. Nice mark grab there by Stoko, I think, of the Trent variety. Now goes inboard. Long kick to about half forward. Punched away there. Nice work done by, I think it was Haag. Now it's in the hands of Croydon as they come forward again. Long kick down to about half. Beautiful mark there taken by Boyd.
He's been sensational, this guy.
Fantastic game he's had today. You know where BWS's 3 votes are going. And a few others might as well. As Staton gets it down the line. Can they get the next goal? That's the thing. Over there on the far side is McKinder. McKinder's going to be tackled. And is that going to be holding the ball, or is he going to get the benefit of the doubt?
Stepped outside.
Umpire says we'll just throw it in.
Had a good second half, McKinder.
Yeah, just tried to bite a little bit more off than he could chew there, McKinder.
No right foot, maybe?
No.
14-point margin as the ball goes in. It was an easy hit out that time for Smith. At the line it goes, and it's going to go probably out of bounds over on that far side near the cricket covers.
Sloppy.
It is lazy, I will give you that.
So we've played 12 minutes in this final term, so they really need to get the next goal. You would think Beaconsfield just to stay close enough. 14 points, so they need 3 goals effectively. Now Smith gets the tap. Sun comes out on the far side of the ground. Ball worked inside. Nice work there by Dixon. Haven't called his name too much
on the
today.
full, kicked it out. Kicked it into his opponent's foot. Well played.
Quick score from Domini Reserve. Park Orchards 9-9-63. Vermont 13-3-81. 18-point leaders early in the last.
Still a chance of Sharks there. There you are. The Sunshine. Inside 50, the mark has been taken. Guess who?
Bowd.
Jakey Bowd.
Montrose 67, lead Mitcham 52. Big game for the Demons, and they're looking the goods.
It goes in the middle. Stoko. Tyler. Kicks it out wide. Dangerous. Chopped off here by McKenzie. He's a class act, and he kicks it inside forward 50. It was a good kick and a good strong mark by Constantino. This is the side that he goes back and puts it through the big sticks.
And this is game if he kicks it
open.
Brash.
This could be the end of the contest here.
More news from Kimberley Reserve. The Kangaroos are coming. Churnside 8-15-63. Croydon North 7-7-49.
Still 3 goals though required there by the Kangaboos or whatever you want to call them.
Kangarams, mate. What do you call them? The Kangaboos?
Yeah, something like that.
Just added B instead of R.
Yeah, something
Constantino comes in. Can he just ice this game? He can hit the post, the other post. They're getting a bit of a workout. I can't believe the padding didn't come off that time. Must be on a little bit tighter.
Can't believe the post didn't fall over.
It's pretty embarrassing. It's 43-57.
So they bring it out, Beaconsfield, and they need the next one. Nice mark taken over there by Carter. And they'll come straight back in, Croydon. So it's a 15-point margin at the moment. Carter decides to have a go himself, gets a little chip into the pocket, and that's just too easy. Comfortable mark taken there.
Haig, this is right side for a lefty.
Haig will go back. And is he going to give it off, or is he going to have a shot? No, he's going to go for it, I think.
It needs to be a snap-type style kick, though, for it to go through. Needs to open up.
He's got a decent angle to work with, so let's watch how he goes as the sun just shines down, turning into a nice afternoon out here at Croydon. Here's the kick on its way, but it's going to go straight across the face.
He's gone the mung, not the snap.
Up they fly. No one gets it. It's bouncing around there. It was Sparks who got rid of it in a hurry. In fact, it wasn't Sparks, it was McMillan. Now it's on the ground. Ocker's in there trying to get it for... No, he can't get his hands on it, and it's wrapped up well and truly on the ground. And we'll have a ball up just on the edge of the 50-metre arc. So 15 minutes gone, so who knows, maybe 10, 12 minutes still to go in the game, so still plenty of time as Koga gets it hit out this time on the ground. Nice pick up there by Wasaliko, and now it's come out for Johnston.
It's out in the full,
out of bounds.
And his teammate going, yeah, no, I touched that. And apparently he did.
Little untidy period of
What?
play this, as the umpire gets set to throw it back in again. Up it goes.
Hit the under part of his palm.
Koga knocks it down. And it's going to go back into the tight stuff again. This is
I think both
pretty unattractive stuff.
Yeah, both sides are getting a little tired out here.
Is that Beaconsfield's best chance, though, Brash?
Yeah, it is.
Because Croydon's back six are so well drilled, they need to fatigue mistake.
So finally it does come out and the ball's been hacked forward, but it's been partially smothered. In fact, it's been cut off completely. And McMillan's got it, but he's been managed. They get a kick away, Beaconsfield. High kick. Can they get a mark? Yes. Oh, they almost did, but it was been taken there by Carter.
Oh, how's he done that?
He got away from his opponent. I'm not sure how he did that at all, Matt, as he goes inside 50.
Lucky.
This is the mark. They get it away. Bouncing a little bit of a fortuitous bounce, and Bro will bring it away. Gets it out towards in fact, that's a terrible kick. He's kicked it straight down the throat of an opponent. And
Fraser Smith
it is, and he'll be just outside the arcs. It might be too far to score.
Doesn't get its opportunity to kick
I was
too many
about to
goals.
say, he hasn't kicked many goals in the last 6 or 7 years. He's taken every shot he gets.
He's going to go back and try and be a hero, because this would surely wrap it up if he can stick this through. This would be 21 points. Probably a bridge too far for Beaconsfield. He's going to come in big one up, and he gives it a decent hoof. And he has put it fortunately straight up in the air. It's not going to be one for the highlights package, and Beaconsfield will rebound. So Beaconsfield now, they get it out wide to Smith as we go down to the boundary side.
We've got a big injury coming in now from Croydon. We've got Riley Costantino coming off. Looks pretty bad. Looks like his right kneecap is pretty bad. Ooh. I'll get back to you really shortly. And also, Declan Everett is about to come on the ground. So good news for Beaconsfield right there. Back to you.
Well done.
Thanks, Blake.
Thanks, Blake. As we get the news about Constantino, that is not good news for Croydon, one of their more important players.
Got to score somehow from this stoppage here, Brash Beaconsfield. I think if Croydon can eke out a couple more minutes without any score, it's pretty much game over.
Yeah, they need the next goal, Beaconsfield. They have to get the next one.
So 17 minutes played. It's been towed forward there by Everett, and it's been hacked forward again. This has been really untidy this last 5 minutes. And the mark is taken, so they need to just go a little quicker here. Beaconsfield, you can see they're trying to be deliberate, but they're being a bit too deliberate as Ocker gets the tap, gets a handball away. It's Smith. Now they get it forward, but it's still got possession of the football. Now Stoko of the Tyler variety goes inside 50. Where's the target? It's a 2-on-1. Do well to get this, and it's been done well. They've done well by Croydon, and they're going to get out of it. And the kick is nicely marked over there on the halfback flank by Dixon.
Billy Dixon, been relatively quiet today for a class player, but a beautiful kick into the middle of the ground looking for Haig. The spoil was on, and it was a free kick given away against Bra. And the umpire said Christie can just go on with it here. Is it advantage?
No.
Baronia 6-7-43 have closed the gap on Ringwood 8-12-60, three-quarter time.
Nathan Haig. Again, I don't even know why there's an advantage rule.
Well, he's gone backwards with a shank.
And it almost goes out of bounds as well, but Sparks was there to pick it up.
That's
just
me
inside
off the
the
tee,
line.
Brash.
Yeah, it's fatigue, all right.
Whitehorse have hit the front over Fair Park. They lead by 21 points. Waverley Blues by 16 over Ferntree Gully, and Coldstream look home. They're 24 points up on Scoresby.
Kick goes down. Clark was underneath it. Sunlight got in his eyes there, picked up and kept alive. So in the arms now, Boyd. You know that about it. You know it's going to hit a target until it doesn't, like it just did in Jordan Lynch. Now he'll switch the play. Kicks it now. A bit of time and space. They can work it out here, the Blues. One more goal, and it is all over, she wrote. There's the mark been taken by Tommy Knox. Inside forward, 50, he goes. And kick goes towards Jones. It was knocked away from him over the boundary line and out.
Just quickly before we go down to Blake Churnside, 8-17-65. Croydon North, 8-8-56. Brash, it's closing up at Kimberley, down to Blake on the boundary.
Got massive news here, injury news for Croydon. Riley Costantino is officially out of the game. Big news for Croydon. Back to you.
What was the injury down there?
It was the right kneecap, apparently, but he's looking very, very sore at the moment down on the news.
So no more Riley today. That is a big blow. But
19 points the difference. Ball went up over Norwood.
Thank you, Matty. As the ball is on the ground, trying to get his hands on it was Bro. But they still they've got it out here. Beaconsfield kick outside, out to the wing, but there's nobody out there.
Well, watch out, the aliens are here.
Christie's been caught. Is that holding the ball? What does the umpire say? It has to be, surely.
What is he doing? He's hatching it.
He's given him about 3 or 4 goes that had to be holding the ball.
I usually give the umpires benefit of the doubt, but what reasoning do you have, as we listen to some 70s tracks here, what reasoning do you have for that not being holding the ball?
When he hit the deck, the ball slipped out
You
to
reckon?
the side. It did. I watched the replay.
Also, other thing, why did the Beaconsfield player kick well over his man to Croydon space, Brash? He had a man on his own. Decision making.
They're tired.
These questions and many more will be answered in next week's episode.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Up it goes.
Vermont have kicked away to a 25-point lead, so Eagles look like they're going to get another win.
So Beaconsfield get it forward, but it's not just one thing to get it forward. It's another thing to get it inside 50 and get a potential goal-scoring opportunity. Devon Smith are wrapped up on the far side, and they're just running out of time here, Beaconsfield.
21 gone best, and there's been no goals this quarter, so you assume there's not much time on left.
Pretty much holding the ball as well.
15 minutes left. 15 minutes. 15 points the margin, should I say. I'll get it right in a minute. As the ball comes out, and it's up towards the... Oh, that's a nice mark taken over there by Clark.
You're always confident he's going to get the ball when he kicks it to Clark.
Clark goes inside 50. Where's the next target?
Great
on
mark.
the ground. Terrific work. And that's our man again, I think.
No, it's McMillan, but
he's
he's been very good as well, McMillan.
He has. Gives it off, and Valentine's on the run. Hasn't called his name too many times today, and that's probably why, because he's kicked the ball straight to an opponent.
Montrose by 10 points over Mitcham. Mooroolbar comfortably in front by 77 points over Upper Ferntree Gully. And we haven't had an update from East Ringwood in a while.
It's kick to kick out here at Croydon as it goes across now to Merrick. Merrick will use the grandstand side. He arched the back, took a bounce, and then used the corridor. And it was a good kick too because he hit his target. With Koga got the timely knock on it. Umpire said play on, backwards to go forwards here.
Oh, well done.
Just a little bit of poise. It was perfect. The kick goes up towards the half forward line, but Blues just do have the numbers. Can they trap it? Mackenzie hits a deck, and he's quickly wrapped up right in front of the Croydon dugout. The man in white and co. The umpire, former sergeant, throws the ball up.
Alleged. Another goal to Croydon North. 3 points the difference at Kimberley Reserve.
Oh, I like it. And comes out now, and mark's taken by Doherty. Got to move it faster. You're still in the game. Kick goes up towards centre half forward. Nicely done there by Hochter. Goes backwards. They just their players are just hanging for the siren to go here. You get that feeling as even Ocker just sits on top of it. We'll have a ball up just inside the paint out here.
Do you imagine if the game had been a 3-2 goal game at quarter time?
Another behind to Croydon North, just 2 points the difference against Churnside.
You can see what's going to happen there. They're going to kick the winning goal after the siren.
Very good. What's the Tats Lotto numbers tonight?
Yeah, where will I be in 5 years, Brad?
Kick goes
56, 77, 69, number 1.
And the supplementary.
Right on there by Mortimer.
You did it, man. He hated it. I'm not hating him, Brad.
Something's happening.
It's been like in the remake.
I think we're getting the feed from the function inside.
Yeah, I think
which
so.
we'd usually welcome.
Yeah, well, it's somewhat
Free kick,
probably more entertaining at times as well, as it comes up now in the arms of Declan Everett.
Big kick this.
Huge kick.
Park Orchards have kicked a couple of goals, back to 17 points out of Dominic.
Go the Sharks.
Well, if he kicks this and they get the clearance and kick a close one,
and then another
anything can happen. Then you could be right. Comes in now. And he has put it all the way to there. It's gone. He's got it. He's given the nod, the umpire, 2-finger salute. And it is still alive. 24 and a half minutes tick over. Brash, if it was at Donny East, they'd blow the siren now.
Yeah, exactly.
9 points is the margin out here at Croydon.
Gee, and you could have been sitting on top.
Ferntree Gully back to 10-point margin against the Waverley Blues. Is another
unbeaten.
Update. And then we'll go to Division 4, see if there's another update from Kimberley. No, still 2 points the difference. Churnside will be very nervous. Squeaky bum time out at Kimberley.
So, Koga gets the head out. The margin is 9 points, and we're 25 minutes into this last term, so there can't be a lot of time to go.
Bad luck.
Smothered off the boot. They need the next.
That's ball.
They need the next one, and they're going to get a free kick.
No, they're not.
Surely no. The umpire, he says no. They've been a bit liberal with some of these decisions, the umpires.
Holding the ball is clearly not existent.
That's right. As up it goes again. Koga funny old one. It goes over his head. It's been knocked forward. Trying to get hands on it there was Johnston. Screams of holding the ball, but I think they're wasting their time because the umpire
We're in slow motion, and that's where it ends, Pesto.
So that's it. Final siren's just gone. So plenty of endeavour by by Beaconsfield. I'm thinking about the Churnside
Sorry,
Park.
we keep talking about that game. Sorry, Pesto.
And Croydon have got up today. They've won by 9 points. Final score out here, 8-9-57 to 6-12-48. Here's BWS with the major goal kickers.
No, we'll go to you with the major goal kickers, Pesto.
I'll do the major goal kickers myself. Britain with 2 for Croydon, and their other major goal kicker was Broussard, who kicked 3. And for the defeated side today, Beaconsfield, they just had the one multiple goal kicker, and that was Ocker with 2. A 9-point win to Croydon, but they did it tough in the end.
Just quickly before we go to Brash's thoughts, Roval have hit the front. They're 16 points ahead of South Croydon. Look to be 5-0 the Hawks.
Yeah, look, it was a good contest in the end. Unfortunately for Beaconsfield, they just let the game slip with a lack of intensity in the first quarter. Yep. 5 goals to 1.
And Mick alluded to that in pre-game, didn't he, Brash? That the first quarters have been really important for them.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the rest of the afternoon, they were placing chase-up football, but to their credit, they didn't throw the towel in. They stuck right at it. Croydon, they'll probably be a little disappointed with this performance, considering the start that they had. But at the end of the day, they'll be happy to get the 4 points.
I think Blake Tennant's got Joel Koga out there, the big man from Croydon. We'll try and get a chat with him, and then we'll go to a break here on Eastland EFNL Match of the Day.
Yep, just got Joel Koga here. Joel, what a game of footy, mate.
Yeah, no, it was they made us work for it. It's kind of the great unknown, sort of playing Beaky. We haven't really played them before. I don't think I've been to the suburb before, so that was something new, but no, it was a good challenge.
You always feel like they're always going to come at you. Do you feel like it was a very good challenge for you, especially at 3/4 time? You know, they were always going to come. Do you feel like that way as well?
Yeah, definitely. In the first quarter, obviously, we got off to but they just kept cracking and cracking, and to be honest, we were sort of hanging on for the siren.
Thanks for the attack, Joel. Good luck for you.
Right under Blake Tennant down there in the boundary. We'll go to a break here on Eastland EFNL Match Day, and on the other side, we'll talk all about this one and some more scores around the doors.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
And it's really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported. Available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo, and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Croydon as we wrap this one up out here. It's been a pretty interesting afternoon. Looked like it was going to be a bit one-sided early, but to their credit, Beaconsfield came back and they were right in it, even up till the end. But the final score out here this afternoon, Croydon 8-9-57, have defeated Beaconsfield 6-12-48. Boys, in the end, a pretty interesting game.
It was, and I think it might be a game of... I think Mick Fogarty, when he sits back, he might actually think this game, Brett, is a game of missed opportunities.
Oh, without doubt.
Because...
But is it also a game, Brash, sorry to cut you off, a game where they can take something from and go, we're just as good as all these teams?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. All right, you learn more from a loss than what you do a win. And I think, like I said, they've outscored Croydon for the rest of the game after quarter time. But I was really impressed with the way that they lifted in. When Mick implored them in that quarter time to lift their intensity on the Croydon. They just were allowing Croydon to win the ball at will and not put any pressure on them.
Yeah, absolutely. I like you said, after quarter time, Beaconsfield pressure went up. They tackled more. And they moved Johnson forward to give them 2 targets as well as Ocker. But after that, they won the game. And they won it on the scoreboard and probably should have won it by more and actually won the 4 points. Speaking of 4 points around the grounds, Ferntree Gully looking like they might be a chance to get their first win. They trail Waverley Blues by just 4 points. That's bottom versus top.
Whoa,
and it's just 4 points the difference. Croydon North went down by a point to Churnside. Apparently the Kangaroos had a shot after the siren from 40 metres out but missed. And then the other scores are sort of popping through. It looks like Rowville are running away with it out against South Croydon. And at the moment, Vermont holding on by 10 points. And Berwick have hit the front against Blackburn, which would be a massive win for the Wickers. That'd be their first win of the year. And it'd also just be another case of Blackburn not being able to take their opportunities.
Yeah, and it isn't, it's great to have all these results, close results, and sides that have been struggling for a win look like they could get a win. Big sides that have had to come from behind. And
Wantirna South have got a win, which is important for them. They should jump into the top 5. We haven't done our votes yet, but we think a contender for the Eastland Nina and Pasadena Player of the Day, Bresto, is Fraser Smith. And it looks like Scott Hardy and Blake Tennant have got Fraser down on the boundary line now. We'll go down to Scott.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Got Fraser with us. Look, your coach spoke at 3/4 time about improving and increasing that workflow, and that obviously happened in the fourth. You ran over the top. Where'd you find that workflow?
Yeah, I think probably just started with our mids. I think just trying to dive on the footy and probably hold it in. We probably turned it over a couple of times there early in the piece, going through the corridor. So we just try to go back to basics, kick the thing long, and hold it in, hit the boundary.
Yeah, and how'd you find the second and third quarter? Beaconsfield sort of seemed to come back a little bit, but then, you obviously managed to work it out from there.
Yeah, no, they're a good side. We started pretty well, obviously, and then they really ramped it up in the second quarter and played really well and brought some real pressure, and they kept that for the whole game. So full credit to them. I thought they played really well for a young side.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you very much for your time, mate, and you played well. Congrats on the win. Thanks, boys.
Well done to Scott Hardy down there with Fraser Smith, who will likely be the Nina Pasadena Player of the Day. Brash, off the top of my head, why don't we do the votes quickly before we do some more scores on the doors before we leave?
Yep.
Who have you got, Brash, to start us off?
Okay, look, 3 votes I thought goes to Jake Bowd of Beaconsfield.
3 or 1?
3.
3? Yep.
3 to Bowd. I thought his game was sensational.
I hate to interrupt you, Brash. We've just had word that from Megan Green out there, it's a draw between Blackburn and Berwick, 79 apiece.
No.
A draw. But carry on. That's our second draw of the year. Carry on, Brash.
Yeah, Jake Bowd gets my 3 votes. I thought his game was sensational. I found the 2 vote. I'm going to give Fraser Smith 2 votes because I thought His defensive, he didn't really put a foot wrong all day. And quite interestingly, it's the two back pockets or the two blokes on the full back lines that are getting my votes. And one vote, I tell you what, I found it really, really hard because there was there was players for both sides that probably deserved the vote, and I'm going to go with Adrian Ficcarelli. I thought he was important. He started well, even though he petered out a little bit, but he did enough in that first half to help set up that lead for Croydon, and he worked really hard for the most of the day in that midfield. So I'll give him that one vote.
Besto, you've got two sets of votes because BWS has had to run off.
BWS is off to the St Kilda game to see them getting thrashed by Geelong, so we'll give you his votes. Okay.
And he's going to miss a quarter of it.
Jared Clark, he gave one vote. Fraser Smith got his 2 votes, and his best on ground today was Bowd. Jake Bowd, fantastic game by him. And I went with, for my 1 vote, Fraser Smith. Jared Clark I gave 2, and I also gave Jake Bowd the best on ground today with the 3.
Well, it looks like Bowd's going to win it despite being in losing side. I gave Bowd 1. I gave Joel Koga 2. It was really impressive early on. Like, that Croydon won it in the first quarter, and he gave him silver services.
I wanted to give him votes, but I felt like he just went out of the game after.
I still think he did. His first quarter was enormous, and that's where they won the game. And I think every now and again, I agree that he went out of it, but he took a couple of intercept marks in that third quarter where Beaconsfield had all the play. So, that's where I got my 2 votes. And then I gave Fraser Smith 1 because he probably didn't have the eye-catching stuff that Bowd did, but he sets them up behind the play. He's a real general down there. And, he's only mid-20s. And as Morris said, it's a side that's played a lot of footy, but they're all still quite young. So plenty of upside for Croydon ahead. So I think Bowd gets there with 10 votes. So that means our 4 workmen of the day. Haven't included Scott and Blake there. Gents, you got any thoughts on the votes there quickly?
No, just, definitely Koga for 2, Fraser for the 1, and I forgot Britton as well. I liked him scoring a few quick goals.
Might bring Smithy back into it. Blake?
I reckon I'll give my 3 to Joel Koga. Thought he competed really well all day and just a workhorse in the ruck. Smith, he can have 2 votes from myself. And I reckon number 4, Matthew McKenzie. I thought with his 2 goals, I thought he was really good down there and he played really well.
There you go, Matthew McKenzie getting some votes there. I'll be honest, I haven't. The maths is eluding me now. Have you got the maths there in front of you, Besto? Where are we leading? Are we giving it to Bowd or are we giving it to Smith?
Well, I actually haven't been keeping track because I thought you were. But
I was, and then I think off the top of my head. So Smith, I reckon Bowd still got him.
I think Bowd still,
So we'll go Bowd. Well, why don't we go 4 workman of the day, Fraser Smith?
Yes.
There we go. He can run away with that award. And then the Tobin Brothers goal of the day, it has to be Jafar Rocker. Out of mid-air volley, back of the net, Stephen Gerrard Esprash.
Exactly.
And he impressed all day, didn't he, Brash? Even in that first quarter where they were pretty lacklustre, he was their one shining light and then ended up being a player that could have turned the game.
He's going to be a difficult matchup in this competition throughout the year. He's just unpredictable. But he's got that little X factor, as you said, Brett, and a little bit of brilliance. And I'm sure he's going to win a game or he's going to turn a game for Beaconsfield before the season's out.
I think, as Matt said earlier, and every side needs that one player. I mean, not every side's lucky enough to have one, but that one guy, if things aren't going well for you, you think, Ocker could spark this, or he could spark this, and you always felt like he was going to be the X factor. He was just going to do something completely like no one else could do and turn the game. He's such an excitement machine, and I'd be looking forward to seeing him play again this season because I think he's a real find for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he played at Pakenham a few years ago and then decided to move across to Beaconsfield. He was originally a half back, and I don't know whether he shot up in height or Mick Fogarty's found a new role for him. Which is impressive. Vermont have got up by 16 points, 11-12-78 Park Orchards. Vermont 15-4-94, so bad kicking is bad football. We saw that here today, Brash, but we've also seen it out at Domini. Coldstream lead by 10 points, 11-13-79. The scores be 10-9-69. Ferntree Gully 7-8-50, trail the Waverley Blues 9-6-60. Fair Park should get the win there. Whitehorse should get the win there. 34 points up over Fair Park. Domvale doing it comfortably over Glen Waverley. In Division 2, Mulgrave 3 wins on the trot. Good. They've won by 32 points over Templestowe. Boronia Ringwood's a close one. It's only 17 points the difference at three-quarter time. The Basin look to be comfortable winners over Oakley District. We haven't got anything from South Belgrave and East Burwood yet. That would only be halfway through the third quarter. And Premier Division, As we heard, Blackburn and Berwick a draw, 79 apiece. So Berwick's first points of 2022 and Blackburn will get their 10th point, but they would have been really hoping for a third win. Baldwin lead by 18 points over Norwood, 12-12, 84 to 15-12, 102. So looks like Baldwin have got another win on the board too. And Doncaster East comfortable winners over Noble Park.
Improved performance there by Norwood this afternoon.
Yeah.
18 points is, Baldwin, those two always, those two on the ladder.
The interesting thing is, and I'll be interested to see when there's a bit of footage up, is how Norwood have managed to find the goals, because coming into this week, their highest scores, other than the Doncaster game, been about 48.
Yeah.
So for them to find 24 scoring shots is a real improvement.
What about the Noble Park result? I mean, I'm not just saying it because I'm a Noble, but Doncaster East way better than we thought they were?
Oh, I think so.
Or a Noble Park, a lot worse than we thought they were, because that is a fairly decent thumping,
I don't think they're
especially
worse.
at the ball ring.
Doncaster East have got a lot of good height. So Zach Clark's obviously a gun.
Yeah.
Their forward line, Sam Rowe. Chris Phelan's a tall midfielder who can play many positions. And Tom Gordon. So Noble Park, no height and key position is their one sort of downside.
Yeah, that's right.
And I think that's Doncaster East, not strength, but they've got some talent in that area. So, and they impressed me the way they moved the ball. I know they should have beaten Doncaster by more than 50 points or whatever it was, but the way they moved the ball, it wasn't just that dominance of we kick it long to the big guys. They had multiple options. They used the corridor. They sort of moved the defence around. I was really impressed by what they did. So I would have tipped Noble, but I'm not shocked on the East won. I'm shocked by maybe the margin, but as we saw, Noble smacked Vermont, and Vermont have won every other game. So
yeah, that's right.
It's such an even
It's a
competition
funny
that we can't really be surprised by anything this year, can we?
No. So I mean, and that's and put it this way, that's when we come to the football at this time every week. We're always interested to hear them. The good sides get a good run for their money, or they might even get beat, or the underdog gets up and wins. It's all. This is why we cover local football, because it's unpredictable, but it's exciting at the same case.
Yeah, absolutely. The East Ring would look to have got the points there too. I think by 7 goals over Ludale. Ludale struggled to score after quarter time, so the Roos will go to 5-1. They'll sit just behind Croydon, I suspect, on percentage. Mooroolbark sit out on top, undefeated. The Mustangs, is it their X factor at the moment, Brash, for you, that's got them as the top of the pops, or do you still think East Ringwood's the team to beat?
No, well, the thing is, I'm happy with the way the Mustangs are going at the moment. I was really impressed with the fact that they were able to go up a notch against the top quality defence last week. That's what that third quarter of theirs, where they really put the foot down, that could be crucial towards the end of the year. Absolutely.
Division 3, it looks like scores are slowing down, so Waverley Blues will remain on top. Ferntree Gully will be winless, despite that they're not an 0-6 side, but now that they're 0-6, and we'll talk about this more on the Monday recovery, now that they're 0-6, with double relegation in Division 3, it's not looking good for Ferntree Gully.
Yeah, I keep forgetting about the double relegation, but they'll be disappointed today because they had a chance to win that game.
Another side that'll be disappointed too, Matt, and is Scoresby. Look, they start games off very well, but they can't run them out.
It's to be honest, I didn't expect this much from the Scoresby side. Them and Fair Park have surprised me a little bit. Ringwood 43-point leaders over Baronia, so that's a big win for the Redbacks, because Baronia were very impressive last week, and Ringwood, if Eastbourne would go down to South Barrow out the mountain tonight or this afternoon, as we don't know the scores currently, unfortunately. It'll mean Ringwood are the only undefeated side in that division. Once again, despite losing the Farmers, it's just a testament to Brett Rowe.
I think the other thing too is on Fair Park's form, I've got it on pretty good authority, gentlemen, that the part of the reason why they're really struggling at the moment is the fact that a lot of their senior players are really out of form at the moment, and they're leaving it very much up. There's only a handful of young guys that are trying their hardest. They're not, so they need to look at that Fair Park. They've got to get their senior guys back up in form, otherwise they're not going to win too many more games.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's an interesting thing. I think, like we said on the program, all divisions are pretty close at the moment. It's what we like to see, as you've alluded to, Brash. We're waiting on that Doncaster and North Ringwood update. That's a really big one. It was 3 points of difference at three-quarter time for the Saints, but Doncaster have had 19 scoring shots to 12.
And that'll be the thing. If North Ringwood get up this game, that result that'll haunt Doncaster for the rest of the year, because 4 goals 15. They were like that last week too, Brett. They were 3 goals. I think they were 3 goals 13 at
Who's that? No, that was Berwick. Berwick kicked 3-13 and Doncaster won because of it. But bad kicking is costing sides. I think in previous years, teams have been able to just sort of go, we're still winning.
Yeah.
But Beaconsfield,
we
it's happened
saw
to
it
them
out
a
here
lot.
today, didn't we?
But also Berwick
yeah.
last week. And then, it looks like Doncaster. Roval have got up 16-16, 112 to South Croydon, 15-7, 97.
So they've come over the top of them.
Great work from the Hawks, 5-0. They've beaten Baldwin, they've beaten Norwood, they've beaten Noble Park, and they've beaten South Croydon. That's a pretty impressive start from the Hawks.
Here, isn't it?
Heathmont have won by 52 points. So
And
good bounce back win from them.
I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised because you wouldn't have thought on last week's performance that you weren't going to win, but I'm just
I would have thought they'd win, but not by 52 points.
But do you think though, if Knox looking at that result coming into that game, they would have given themselves a genuine chance,
and it was a big chance for them to maybe stake a finals claim, and unfortunately for them, they've failed that hurdle.
Yep.
So that still means Mulgrave will be the fifth place side. They'll be in fifth. They'll be a game clear. Well, they'll be half a game clear of the Basin and a game clear of Heathmont and Knox. So
still tight enough, isn't it?
Yeah, and Mulgrave, like I said, they've played all the tough sides already, so they're in a good position there as well.
Mitcham, Wanturna South, is that a final score?
No, so Wanturna South have won by 34 points over Bayswater, and Mitcham were playing Montrose.
I'm looking at the wrong round, sorry.
Mitcham playing Montrose. If we just go here, the last score we had there was 62-58. According to the website. So at the moment, Montrose just in front, I believe. Blake's actually a Montrose boy, so he's texting furiously. He's going to try and get us a score before we leave. But, gents, I just want to say, what do you go? Oh, no, Montrose have won by 12 points.
Oh, okay.
So Montrose a win. So they and Wanturna South move tied with Mitcham on 12 points. So that division is heating up as well. We're going to talk all about that tomorrow on the Eastland Monday Recovery. Of course, it'll be available for listening late Monday afternoon. Just want to thank on behalf of the team here, Bruce Proust, and over there on the audio, done a great work despite the aliens trying to invade the internal mic from inside. That's very annoying. Lee Green from LKLM Media does a great job every week. Was here early this morning doing the 19s game for a bit of cash. Scott Hardy and Blake Tennant down on the boundary. Scott on debut. Blake in just his second game. Great work down there. Some incisive questioning and probably got a first-hand Mick Fogarty spray. And then Brett Best and Wayne Brasher have been here from pre-game all the way through. Ben Warren-Smith, who returned to the team and was back to almost his best, I reckon, Brasher. He was better for the run.
Still a bit rusty. But
exactly, but he'll get there. And from myself, Matthew Fodder, it's been a pleasure having you out here at Croydon Oval. And we'll be back next week. Northern Park Orchards from Mullen Reserve.